Alright, hello, Stargazers. Welcome in, welcome in. How is everybody doing today? Hope you are all doing well today. Hello, MG. Hello, Celtic Alchemist. Hello, Newbie Reaper. Hello, Madness. Hello, White Zengetsu. Hello, Grammar. Hello, PM Intertech. How are you all doing today? I hope you are all having a good day so far. I hope it is a good, what is it? Tuesday today. I hope it's a good Tuesday. Hello, and hello, Bloodclaw. Welcome in, welcome in. I see that we just hit Twitch ads, so hopefully we're okay for a bit. Get to catch stream? Unfortunately, it's because I'm under the weather. I'm sorry to hear that, Celtic Alchemist. I hope that you feel better soon. I'm sorry to hear that. Tuesday indeed. Hopefully it's alright though. Hopefully it's alright though. I'm sorry to hear that you're not feeling great, Celtic, but we're happy to have you here still. We're happy to have you. I definitely hope you feel better soon though. Can I just say, like, I'm really, I'm very grateful that you guys told me that Arknights music is okay for streams and content, because, oh my gosh, after I turned on, like, YouTube partner stuff, I got so many claims from music that was allegedly copyright free, and, like, half the streams I've ever done are now claimed. Because of just calm instrumental music that I had going on in the background. So, I don't know if you guys ever get tired of the same type of Arknights music, but I'm really grateful to be able to use it for these streams. I'm very grateful, because I'm gonna have to reach out to a lot of music producers and be like, hey, so if you're a live streamer, it's kind of impossible to list every single individual song that you use in a live stream. Unless you want your credit to be as large as a Google Doc. Commercial for 10% APR at their local car dealership on Twitch ads. My gosh, newbie. Nicholas, hello! You are new here. Well, welcome in. I hope that you are having a good day today. I hope you're having a good Tuesday. I've got to fix the chat. I had it on the list to fix this, because it's, like, split. And it would be easier if everything was just going together. So I need to write myself a note to fix that. I have so many notes of, like, content stuff to fix. Some is the overlay stuff, some is, like, stuff to do in the game, stuff is making speed paints, all kinds of things. Bloodclaw says, I've been enjoying your Ham Heartbreak VOD, silly pixel hamster game. You've been watching those? Oh my gosh. I was not expecting I was not expecting that. You've been watching my Ham VODs? That's hilarious. That actually makes me so happy. That actually makes me so happy, because I did like a little, illustration where I was saying like, yay, we got YouTube membership, I'm so happy, and then, I did like a little bunch of chibis, and I have like, you know, art supplies and Prism and Amiya, and then I threw in, like, the hamster version of me, and I'm like, what's the game that I've played besides Arknights that has, like, been the most well-known on the channel? And by far, it's definitely Hamtaro. It's definitely Hamtaro. I'm gonna have to make the silly little hamster emote at some point. Hamstar, super cute. Thank you. I'm gonna have to make the- I owe the community a Hamstar emote because of the jokes at the end. PM Intertech says the only time when AK devs went after someone because of music is when they turned on monetization on music re-upload. Well, that makes sense. That's very fair, yeah. And Dito, hello, welcome in. And NZ, hello. And Pizaf, hello. Love Hamtaro. Hamtaro's so great. And the reason, like, you tell people, like, oh, I like the funny little pixel hamster game, and it's like, why is the pixel hamster game so good? Because it was produced by, like, the same people working on Zelda. So there's little references here and there, for some of the Zelda games as well. But yeah, that's the reason, that it's, like, better than it should be. Little pixel hamster game should not be as good as it is. Nicholas says, been saving your master studies pop up on my feed and decided to check it out. I'm currently learning how to do art studies. Heck yes! Heck yes! Well, we are happy to have you here. I am excited to show my process. If you have any questions on them, then feel free to ask. because I love doing master studies. I think that everybody should do them. They are genuinely so helpful. Master spoon, exactly, newbie. We do have an emote for it that at some point that I will that I'll post. Hey, just hello. Hello. All right, let's get to our main scene here. Let me all right, let me jump here. Boop. There we go. And because I am painting something that I don't know about, I am hoping people can respect no story spoilers. I understand that this is, like, an event that is really, really meaningful to a lot of people. Basically, just for context, essentially what I do is I say, like, okay, if you guys join the Discord, I have a Starlight chat channel, and there's a thread in the channel where you can submit, master study pieces, like CGs from the game that you want me to paint. And I have to be really, really, really careful, because a lot of them are really spoiler heavy, and sometimes I, like, have to, look past CGs that I know are gonna be too spoiler heavy, but this one was recommended by at least 3 people, so I'm like, okay, I don't know what this is, it's really pretty, it's a great transition from our previous, firearms and bloody fists direction, so I thought that this would be nice. A lot of people have been suggesting this one, and I do think it is very, very elegant, so I thought it'd be a good one to use. Let me see here. Let me just make sure that things are, recording for speed paint stuff. There we go. Because unfortunately this program does not do good speed paint quality, so I want to try and make sure I still have good speed paint quality. Yeah, exactly. American dog? I'm not a dog, I am a fox. I am a fox, I am not a dog. Blonde lady today, it seems. It's really pretty. So here's how we're gonna start it, I think. Make sure I have the right layers here. We're gonna lock this layer so that we can't paint outside this line here. And I am going to just sort of draft in our shapes and everything. Oh, not me. Okay, fair enough. I've been called so many different species, so I'm used to it. I get a lot of people calling me a cat, and I get some people calling me a bunny. Kristen's a golden retriever? Oh! I was wondering about that, because I was like, wait, I don't see any ears on her, so I didn't know what species she was. That clears up a lot. May I ask for your introduction, please? What do you mean my introduction? Oh, like, because you're new. Because you're new. I'm sorry. Hello, hello, Reneg Angel. My name is Starlight. I am a prismatic kitsune. I am primarily an illustrator and a VTuber. Lately, I have been exploring the world of Arknights, and I'm very, very new to it. But it is lovely to meet you. If you have any art questions, I'm happy to answer. And my community is called Stargazers. They are a bunch of magical, rambunctious bunnies. But yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Feel free to ask. This is a great pick for Master Study. It really is, because the best things for Master Studies are things that have a lot of contrast. So, let's see. What we'll probably do first, and on some of my brushes are all messed up from previous things that I was working on. Let's see. Okay, so what we're gonna do first is I'm basically just going to block out, like, the general shape of her. Just because I want to figure out what area we are focusing on, and I'm comparing and contrasting the shapes here. One curious question, what program do you use? I use Krita. I am using Clip Studio Paint. Let's see, her hair goes out fairly far. So this is usually where I have to do, like, the most compare and contrast. It takes a little bit of time just to get the sketch in. And this is a fairly line art heavy piece, so I do want to be mindful of that, because line art usually takes a long time, and we like to try to see if we can do these within a stream. So I'm just seeing how far her hand goes out, and I'm basically just, I'm just blocking right now. I'm just blocking the shapes. So, got here, and then a lot of the outfit for this corner here goes about here, and I'm just comparing and contrasting. I'm constantly looking, I'm constantly making adjustments as I see them. As stargazers, we are fluffy and cute. Yes, very much so, but very, very hard to control as well. So, alright, let's see. Her hand is about here. I'm still keeping in mind how far this is. And then this celestial piece here. About there. And then I'll keep making adjustments as I go, but mainly, my main thing is like, okay, how much space of the canvas is this taking up? Right? It's a pleasure to meet you as well. I hope you enjoy Arknights. It's the best game I've played, despite still being new to the game. How new are you? Because I just finished chapter 2. I'm extremely new. I barely know anything. I got into it because I love the artwork. And then I did one of these master studies one day, and I picked a piece at random that I thought was really nice. And then what do you guys say? The hive mind. It was like, oh my gosh, no, you have to actually play, and I'm like, I know nothing about this. I went in 100% blind, and you can tell that it was 100% blind because my previous games were Hamtaro. Chapter 3 of the main story, level 8 right now. Oh, heck yeah. Wait, we're like around the same place then. That's really cool. That's so cool. Oh my gosh, I'd be able to talk to you and not have to worry about spoilers. Honestly, Hamtaro and Arknights are basically the same thing. Yes. Oh my gosh, if you're not careful, I'm going to want to draw like some really stupid crossover. That could actually be fun. That could be really stupid, but it could be really fun. Do it? I'm tempted now. I'm imagining, like, Arknights Hamtaro. Have, like, Healer Bijou and, like, Guard Hamtaro with the Master Spoon. Oh, it's so stupid. It's so stupid, but it's so great. Oh, you guys are tempting me. My community will truly think I've lost it then. It might be worth it. Now I want to have Tower Defense. That would be fun. I mean, there's enough ham-hams, right? There's enough ham-hams to do it with. And you could make it still, like, you know, cute and silly and fun. It would work. Good morning, hope you have a fine time and chill master study session today. Thank you, Fire and Ice, I appreciate it. Hope you do too. I hope you have a chill day. Alright. Let's see here. Alright, we're still sort of establishing our base, but as you can see, I keep like changing the shape and everything and sort of getting our base shape down. Seeing how much hair is in the way. Seeing how far her hair goes out here. And then how far her face goes out. I'm like, I keep comparing and contrasting here, and I think we're at the point where I can start to block in some color. I don't like to spend too long on the sketch because I think the color and light is ultimately the more important part when it comes to a master study, right? We're not trying to go for like crisp, perfect commission level. We're just trying to go for basically playing with the light and the shadow. I think that's the most important part in these. So I'm just gonna make sure that I have a little bit more visual information, and then I'll switch over. The thing with the master study that I think is the most important is understanding the light contrast, right? Because when you're working with this kind of thing, what stands out to people is that immediate attraction of value and contrast, right? That's striking dark with the light. So even if we don't fully render or fully draw everything, as long as we are able to hit on the notes that the artist did for the light and contrast, we can get a very similar feeling. We're shadow bending in the stream. Do they use primarily watercolor? I don't think so. It looks like it's actually, this piece, actually looks like it's a hard brush. Lutenata's a hamster, is she? That's cool. Hello, Sierra. Just here to say hi? Alright, well, I appreciate it. Thank you. What was the other... Okay, let me jump to adding some color here. The other thing that I always like to try to stress in a master study is don't color pick from the reference. This is really important. This is, like, actually very important when you are learning to do a master study. Don't color pick from the reference. The reason is because you want to train yourself to get a better understanding of color theory, and doing it from the reference, you aren't really learning enough. So what I usually do is I pick something that is slightly close. You can't really see, but I'm in the color wheel right now. And I'll go for, like, a general mid-tone, so that's gonna be probably a slightly desaturated brown, and then I'll grab a lasso tool, and I'll just go over the whole thing. And when you're doing this kind of thing, you're going to encounter what I call the ugly phase. It is something that is unavoidable, but you're basically just throwing a bunch of color and lines somewhere and hoping it works out. You're not hoping it works out, you're building it up. But because the building up part can take a while, it feels like nothing's happening. It feels like you're not getting anywhere. But establishing these base colors, this base shape, that's the best way to work. The trust the process phase, exactly, yeah. So, what I like to do here is, okay, I have this basic block out. I'll lock the layer. And then I see that this part is darker and cooler. So I'm going to swap the colors here. And actually, what I'm going to try to do today is a little bit different. So normally I do use a watercolor brush. I'm very consistent in this one brush that I always use, but these are probably done with a hard brush, so I'm actually going to try to force myself to use a little bit of a harder brush when I work in this. AK's art style is something I want to adopt as I find my art style? Yeah, absolutely. Niklaus, if, sorry. If you haven't yet, if you want to join the Discord, my Discord is mainly art focused, and right now there's a lot of Arknights fans in there because of the content shift. But if you ever want to, like, talk about master studies or art or style, I have a lot of places for that. Hello, Kaku! Thank you so much! Perfect timing! I appreciate it. How are you doing, Kaku? I hope you're doing well today. I'm just basically blocking in the light and shadow. I never really know how to describe the Discord these days, because, like, Discord started off as being, like, basically just for art. And then the Arknights thing kind of slightly took over. But a lot of people seem to get into Arknights as well because of the art, so it all still sort of makes sense together. And I think that the nice thing about Arknights is there's a lot of fans who just really have a general appreciation for art, which is really, really nice. Very out of it today? I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that, Kaku. It seems like you're not alone. It seems like there's a lot of people who are kind of more out of it today, so I hope that things sort of cheer up a little bit. Armatalk says, I think we're all Arknights fans, you just never knew. Armatalk is not wrong. I genuinely didn't know that the majority of my community have played Arknights until I started playing it on stream, and then everyone's like, oh, okay. Like, I'm familiar with this, I know about this, do you need help, Starlight? I can give you tips and pointers. I'm like, wait, you got... What? And I'm the one who's like 5 years late, and everybody else is like, oh yeah. No, this is totally normal. Like, I'm really surprised. And of those people who have played it, I've gotten quite a few of them back into it unintentionally. Which has been interesting to say the least. I'm realizing that this is actually a lot more gold than it is bronze, so I'm adjusting the color as I go and I'm finding where the lights are. It's not called arts for nothing, there you go. I'm sort of like looking and comparing, and I'm seeing that these are really, really desaturated colors, but they definitely move towards a cooler tone too. Armatalk says it's hurricane season. It's probably why people are out recently. Season changing? What do you mean? It just says I got back into Arknights before the algorithm brought me one of your game streams. I don't know what YouTube did, but it's wild. Alright. I'm trying to figure out what this is. Is this like a gray? See, this is why I don't want to color pick, right? Because I'm trying to figure out on my own, like, what color is this? What is it leaning towards? If I really can't figure it out, I'll color pick it and try to learn from it. But this looks like kind of a tan? I can't quite get... It's a little bit warmer than this. It's about here, maybe? Hard to tell. Can't wait to see you make this piece beautiful. Thank you, Kaku. I appreciate that. This piece in general is very, very well done. This, like, I love the light and contrast that this has. And, you know, it's such a nice, break from our previous pieces that were, like, firearms and bloody fists and fighting, and then this one's just, like, very elegant. And it's a good contrast. So I'm sort of changing the tone of this piece because I'm seeing that it's meant to be a little bit different. I'm also going to reduce the opacity so that the lines don't influence me as much, because I'm going to be moving around and painting over as well. This needs much darker tones. I always fear going too deep into contrast, so that's another thing that these master studies have been really good for, is basically teaching me to not be afraid of the contrast, right? Because I don't know about you guys. I know this is fairly common with artists. I know it's definitely the case for me. I can't get myself to push the darkest darks and the lightest lights very easily. I always hesitate. And I don't think I'm hesitating. I always think I'm going, like, very, very dark, until I compare it to other people's pieces, and I'm like, oh, I'm not being brave with this at all. Dragon Drago, hello, hello. And, wondering why, hello, hello. This isn't playthrough of Lone Trail? It's not playthrough, it's a master study. So a master study is an art term where we are basically taking the CG and we are trying to replicate it, and we're trying to learn art as we go. We're trying to learn the techniques of the artists who worked on the piece. I do also, have game streams, but I'm also very, very, very new, so I'm not doing event, stuff at the moment. I'm playing through main story. And those are on Thursdays and Saturdays. But Tuesdays are the art streams, where we learn about the artwork and try to see the, what the original artist entailed. Or intended, I should say. Good luck on learning them, thank you! It's definitely interesting so far. It's hard, I'll admit, it's hard to do on stream. But I am having a lot of fun with it. Alright, this still needs to be more gold. This still needs more of a... Still needs to push this a little bit, but it's actually, it's a very desaturated yellow. And it's like, it's warm. It's really warm. It's hard to... It's like a deep gold, but very desaturated. It's almost leaning towards like a... About here? It's a very lion-like color. Or you guys said that she's a golden retriever, right? That's a little bit better. Armor Talk says, with art, it's funny, I'm going opposite with a medium. I'm used to hard paint like acrylic and such, to watercolor and pastel, where you're going acrylic and other hard paint. I usually work really, really softly, especially when it comes to digital, and it makes my work look a little bit too, unsure. So, by forcing yourself to work with harder medium, you can get things that are a lot crisper. Have you tried using contrast adjusting, like photo editing? I can towards the end. I don't in the beginning, because I'm trying to learn without using any adjustments. Let me see, where's the... Okay, yeah, this is this fairly hard brush. There we go. And then at this point, I'm going to try to be a little bit more concerned about the individual shapes. So this is where I start cutting things up a little bit. Let's see, about here. And then we can sort of go back and forth between cutting and painting over and refining and everything. But we're establishing our base shapes at the moment. So this is, where is this? The shoulder piece is about here, meaning I went a little too far. So we'll go back here and make some adjustments to about here. And this is why we compare and contrast on the shapes. You can see where I might have gone too far and where I'm sort of pulling back. And it's like, you know, when the actual artist is working on this, they're not paying attention to that kind of thing because that's something that only the person trying to study from it needs to focus on to make the piece look right. When the artists themselves are doing the piece, they can make the decisions themselves. Tuesday art streams are important. Starlight's a good artist, deserves to be better artist. Thank you so much, Bloodclaw. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I could never be like 100% game streamer. I know some people are only there for the game stream, and that's totally fine. But I genuinely, art is always first for me. But Arknights has shown me so much variety and expansion of stuff. And even just getting me to, like, go outside my comfort zone, right? Arknights. That's kind of what we've been saying, really. I forget who started that. But somebody in the stream was like, oh, Arknights, and I'm like, there you go. And that's kind of been like the moniker. Seer says, who knew a day we would see you draw pew-pews on stream? Yeah, well, this one is a good break from that, right? This is a good, like, mental reset from all that. Alright, that side is okay. I'm just going to keep building up from here, I think. Hey, but you know what? The nice thing about doing that on stream is now, like, you know, if I'm doing commissions and someone's like, can you draw a firearm? I'm like, yes, here. I am not afraid to draw a firearm. You know, so it expands my horizon and it shows me, it shows that I have a lot of variety and, what is it? Breadth and depth is how they call it. Just got this little accessory here. Con, hello, welcome in, I hope you're doing well today. Radiant says, good choice of art, there's so much insane art in Arknights. There really are. There really is, yeah. Absolutely. Alright. It genuinely is just so good to learn and study from. Alright, I need a really, there we go. I need a hard brush for this part. Where is it? It's about, like... Make sure I have around the right shape here. It's probably a little bit thinner than that, but it's hard to tell with the... This is probably, like, zoomed in and outlined and everything, where I'm not really doing that. So it's going to have a bit of a different approach. It's kind of interesting to think about CGI, computer-generated image. When the term appeared, it was PS1 era, where most backgrounds were done by hand. CGI was referring to something that was 3D graphics. Nowadays, in anime, it seems to be the same, but in games, it seems to be inverted. When something's called CGI, it's usually something hand-drawn. PM Intertech, we had a huge discussion about this in the Discord a while back. We were like, what is CG? What is CGI? How does this, like, relate? Why is it called this? Is it computer? Is it hand-drawn? Like, what is that? And it gets more confusing with stuff like, because, like, computer graphic is, like, computer created, right? And then you've got, like, AI in the mix now thrown in, and then people get more and more confused, and it's like, what is CG? What is CGI? Yeah, that was a whole discussion before. Armatalk says, it does seem Arknights still has a big player base and sees stuff still going on. Pretty crazy for how old it is. You know, people keep saying old, and I don't know, maybe it's just me, like, not being familiar with gacha, but to me, it just doesn't seem that old. You want to say, like, Pokemon Red and Blue, then I'm like, okay, yeah, that's old, but I don't see 5 years for a gacha as being that old. But I'm not in the gacha sphere much, so maybe it's a different timeline in people's head. I don't mind it being older, it just makes it harder to avoid spoilers. Which is why I have that thing on the overlay. Because, oh my gosh, sometimes when I'm, art streams have been okay, but, oh my gosh, when I'm playing through the story, people can't stop saying stuff in chat. And I have to, like, avoid chat sometimes. Fine Fox, hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in. And hello, Vessa. You're drawing peak at least? I love Kristen Wright. Heck yeah. This CG was recommended by multiple people, and I'm like, okay, you know what, let's do it. They're overexcited that there's a new player. I mean, I understand that, but they're also overexcited to, like, reveal the story as I'm going through it. I like trying to do things at my own pace, it just makes it hard. Heck, it makes it hard just to look for thumbnails. Vesta says, sometimes I am la, so then I see Kaku and I will. Kaku said, I'm glad you can draw pew-pews now, I'm gonna get you to draw Kaku with a ray gun. Why Kaku with a ray gun? Oh my gosh. Why a ray gun? I feel like you're more powerful than that. I feel like a ray gun is beneath you. These individual strands of hair are probably what's gonna be taking me the longest, just because I'm trying to get the shapes right. Is her name Kirsten? Been seeing everyone saying Kristen? Wait, do I have it wrong? I could have it wrong. Lone Trail's one of the best events. I'm like, I'm hoping to experience it at some point. I know I'm probably a fair bit away, but I want to experience it someday, some point. Kaku says, because you can't let me die. Ray gun. Kaku is so beyond a ray gun, though. Alright, I need this a little pushed in. Wait, no, actually, this is okay. This is okay. I'll just make the face. Yeah, no, this is fine. Sorry, late. Feeling bad. Took a nap and just woke up a bit ago. No worries, Vessa. No worries. All good, all good. Trying to get the larger pieces here, and then trying to watch how it's moving, or how the pieces work here. Should be good. There we go. I'm seeing the flow of the hair individually. And then, yeah, this is going to be moved up a little bit. We should be okay. And then I'll adjust that later. we've got this part here. And then I'll just sort of... It's fine. I'm watching how the shape is evolving and then comparing from there. Lone Trail's a side story? I know it's a side story. I haven't touched any of the side stories yet. So I feel like I don't know enough about the world building itself, so I'm focused on the main story at the moment, just to sort of see what I can learn from the basics, I guess. Alright, this puts us in a better place, I think. Lone Trail is so far into the story. Oh dear. Well, maybe I'll get to it someday. Regardless, this is a nice illustration to study from, right? Lone Trail's built on so many previous events. I see. Stargazers just make more of a spectacle, more excitement. Lone Trail's praised heavily. It requires a lot of setup. You can't just dive into it. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting. Is that to really appreciate it, you really have to, have a little bit more context and knowledge than I currently do. So that's okay. That's okay. It's something to look forward to, right? I don't know how long that is, but hey. You can't say that we're devoid of any content, that's for sure. Alright, I'm gonna sort of build up the shape of her hand here, so that it doesn't look like a little mitten. 7 years away? Stop it, Vessa, it's not even 7 years old. After you're done with Chapter 3, you can watch Season 1, aka Anime to Recap. There are 8 episodes in the season. I want to be able to. That's actually, like, I'm looking forward to finishing 3 so that I can, start watching the anime. And I know Vessa's probably gonna tell me that I have to, finish, Free Ren first, but I kind of don't want Free Ren to end, so I just haven't been watching it. I just don't want it to end, so I keep, like, holding it off. That at least shows how much I appreciate Free Ren, right? Watch anime in Discord server? Isn't it kind of something that you should, like, I don't know. It feels like something you'd want to experience. Well, I'll have to put a pin in that. If you've never finished the series has not ended yet. Facts. It's kind of funny how many Arknights players are here just talking about story. I mean, it's understandable. I mean, I'm painting event stuff with no context, with no understanding. It's just pretty. Which makes me feel like very much the stupid odd one out, but that's okay. I'm still having fun just, like, learning what I can from the piece itself. All I ask is that you don't throw story spoilers in chat. If you guys are gonna talk, like, if you're bleh, you know what I mean. Just don't throw any story spoilers in there, please. I tend to latch onto story spoilers in the worst way. By that I mean, like, you know, you see something you shouldn't, and then, like, your brain doesn't let you forget it. It's terrible. It's unlikely you'll outpace the speed at which new content comes out. Oh no, I don't think I ever will. That's for sure. Even if I was to do like 7 days a week of streaming, which I don't think I ever could, I know I still wouldn't do that. Alright, and then this hand needs to be cleaned up a little bit on the other side. What did I do wrong here? A little bit too far, I think. And we're trying to get the knuckles of the other fingers to sort of show through in the back, but I'm doing it a little bit blindly, so it's hard to see what I'm doing exactly. I think we got it, though. Don't put a pin in it, tell me it'll pop. If we watched anime in Discord, the first anime would have to be Hamtaro. I don't even know how long Hamtaro is for an anime. That's funny, though. Kristen definitely stargazes the most amongst the Arknights characters. That is fitting for us, isn't it? Ignorance is bliss. Yes, very much so. Finally made it, still commuting home though. No worries, Raoul. It's nice to see you in here. Hello, hello. Just decided to Google Arknights CGs. There's too many insane ones. That's the thing, right? Is, we just have to be so careful, like, regarding, like, posting the CGs in the Discord, or, like... Well, okay, you guys are actually really good about being safe about what I see. It's when I go off on my own that there is danger, and I cannot be trusted to go off on my own to find things. I always end up ruining it for myself, so, like, I have to trust you guys, because you know what is safe and what is not. Alright, I think we are just about good here. I'm just using a lighter color so I can see what I'm doing. And then this has a little bit more fabric. Are you interested in the upcoming Arknights game Enfield as well, by the way? You know, Enfield looks really intriguing. I usually, like, if I'm just choosing a game and not accidentally falling into it, I do tend to prefer things that are 3D. Ironically, I never played any of the other 3D gachas. So, yeah, I'm curious about it. Although I have heard that it builds heavily upon the lore of Arknights 2, so that does put me at a little bit of a difficult position. I mean, like, okay, like, people who haven't played can still play Enfield, but if you're brand new to Arknights, you're going to get spoiled with Arknights stuff, from what I understand, because of the whole idea of it. The only thing I know about it is that it takes place in the far future. That is as far as I know. That is literally the only information I know. So I've heard a little bit of a mixed bag in terms of looking further into it. Specifically for where I'm at. Might take a little break. Forgot about visual agnosia. If I can, I'll be back. If I don't have a great stream, take care. Yeah, no worries, Kelty Alchemist. Take care of yourself. If you're not feeling well, like, definitely prioritize yourself. I hope you feel I hope you feel better. I forgot this is the main means of telling the story. At least it's not like Hoyo, where they use same characters and spoil me with later games. Oof. Almost reached your train? No! I'm glad you didn't, though. I'm glad you didn't, at least. Alright. I have to start getting going on some detail here. Are we at the point where I can turn off the lines? Not quite. Not quite. Alright, let me just add some darker color, and, like, we'll kind of make our own lines. And just throw that in there, so that we get a better break of shape and color and everything. Just so we know what we're doing. Alright. Is that good? Can I turn it off now? Yeah, now it doesn't matter. We're just doing that to solidify where we're at. Probably gonna have to adjust the hair a little bit later, but that's okay. We'll save that. So now we've established a good base, and now we can start really hitting on the lights and darks here. The real danger is if someone decides to story dump when you're drawing the events. Yeah, exactly. That is a risk. That is a risk. That's why I have to have the thing on the overlay. I probably should add, like, I'm only in chapter 2. Everything's a spoiler pretty much to me. In your opinion as a streamer, what do you think of doing half art stream, other half game? So, Jay and Drago, I tried doing that, one day by accident. Well, not an accident. I planned it. I was doing, like... How did that happen? I was going to start playing the game, and then I was going to do an art piece, and then, we hit maintenance. The game was in maintenance, so then I had to quickly switch to the art piece. But because I was so thrown off by that, the art piece did not end up looking good, and I didn't get a chance to plan for it. So it was funny, but it wasn't well thought out or organized. At some point, I probably could still do that. I just don't really know how the structure should be for it at the moment, and this is all still very, very new to me. Brain got blended by maintenance mode, very much. You need to already know the lore to get spoiled in Enfield, so the spoilers are minimal? That's, if you don't know the thing from Arknights yet, you won't even notice the spoilers? Okay, that's reassuring at least. The outline looks like some classical piece. It kind of does. It does. That's the thing, right? With all of the Arknights pieces and the CGs and everything, when you break it down, when you, like, you know, strip away the anime filter, these are, like, classical Renaissance pieces, basically. I wish that this is something I could have shown, like, art teachers and stuff all the way back and been like, hey, this is more fine art than the fine art kids are doing. You know? I wish I could have done that. Once upon a time, if I had known. I'm just gonna start breaking in the lightest parts. Just because there's a lot of... Oh, let's lock it. Just because there's a lot of deep, deep contrast in this piece, right? And I'll keep adding to it and sort of figuring out where that is. Rael says one of my favorite Arknights character designs, apart from Aroma, did you know I love Aroma, has to be Quercus. She's so majestic. I don't think I've seen that one yet. There's a lot of operators I haven't seen. I will say that. There we go. We're starting to actually get to the point where it's starting to look more like a painting. Believe it or not. If you do know OG Arknights lore, you'll so far only do the DiCaprio meme pointing at the TV while playing Enfield. Okay. I just don't want it to- I just don't want it to be something where it, like, fully spoils major storylines as I'm going through it, I guess. I mean, I guess once I hit that point... I don't want to put things together too early if I end up playing it, you know? I don't know. We'll have to see. There's no ETA on it either, is there? Naruto? Believe it? Oh my god. We were talking about Naruto yesterday. I went on a big rant on a Just Chatting stream about Naruto the other day. I'm not gonna bring that back. Haven't thought about Naruto in a long time. All of a sudden comes back twice in like the last 48 hours. There's some differences between alpha and beta. They might change something again in Enfield before release. That's fair. I feel lucky that I have supportive art teachers during school years. I've heard horror stories from art teachers that hated anime. Yeah, oh my gosh. I've had some art teachers who were really, really aggressive about it. And I was at a more, like, traditional place, I guess. Very, very traditional. And, if you did things that were not traditional, but they were like, you know, modern abstract expression, then it was fine. But if it was anime, it's like, I don't want to see this. This is absolute garbage. And the thing is, I wasn't even good at drawing people back then because, most people won't know this. I used to draw way more animals. I used to be more part of the furry fandom than VTubing and anime. So, I was like, I really want to learn to draw people. I want to get better at drawing people. So I would try to draw people, and our teachers were like, you're not good at this, and I'm like, I know I'm not. I'm aware, that's why I'm trying to simplify it with anime. But now I can draw people, so, because of anime. The irony. Furry is the money printer for artists? Not really, actually. A lot of people say that, but it's more of a, like a false stereotype than anything. Yes, there are people who can make a lot of money as furry artists, but it's much more of the minority than you would think. What was I gonna say here? Arknights was just inevitable with the Kimono Mimi. It does, I will not lie, that does help a lot. Anything with Kimono Mimi is going to catch my attention more. I won't lie about that. Alright, I still feel like this is not... Do I not have the right... Oh, I don't. Okay. I was using a really, like, gentle sketch brush, and I'm like, I'm not doing what I said I wanted to do with the hard painting. Why am I not doing that? Because I don't have the right brush. That would change things a lot. There we go. The money printer. Yeah, no. There's a university professor in China who did a review on Arknights PV recently. Pretty cool to see, I recommend it. It's on my watch later. It's on my watch later. I need to check that out. It seems really, really cool. Let's see here. Alright. A little bit of there's a lot of texture here with the gold, so I'm not going to be able to replicate that right now. I'm gonna have to sort of render that in later. You left your bag at the club, gotta take another train? No, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. The one that'll immediately spoil you everything is nowhere else other than chapter 15. I will make sure I am aware of avoiding that then. What's connected, aka the Enfield? Two things. Integrated strategy number 4 only reveals the beginning process to what you see Enfield, so you can read it at your leisure. Ah, I see, I see. Heaven Soup, hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in. It was another bag? Okay, so are you good? You don't have to take another train, hopefully? Because that sounds like a pain. If you could avoid that, that would be ideal, at least. Chapter 15 isn't even in EN yet. You'll be fine. No, my problem is just trying to look things up in general. Like, yeah, I probably won't know what any of them are, but I just have to be careful. I made like 1 or 2 people upset by doing the CG of Lemon because I didn't know that it was CN. And they're like, wait, you said you're new, and yet you know about this. Are you lying about being new? And I'm like, no, I'm not lying about being new. I just thought it was pretty and it was suggested to me. And I didn't understand at the time what CN meant in the context of spoilers. So I learned very quickly, like, oh wait, this is not this is not an open thing that people are seeing. Whoops. On the flip side, if you now look up that CG, my Masterstudy appears in the Google results. Lemon already exists in EN as an NPC. Yeah, but I think the CG, in particular, was, like, more closed off from what I understand. Alright, I'm gonna need to get to the point where I'm gonna have to start adding the difference in the background, because there's a difference in values here that I'm going to need to capture later. Let's see here. The CG's got posted everywhere anyway. That's fair, yeah. I mean, otherwise, how would it have been suggested, right? I just didn't know what it meant. And I got very surprised. To be fair, we already knew about Lemon. It's a CG from the newer stuff. Yeah, but it was the CG I was painting, so I think that threw some people off. But it had no context, from what I understand, so I think we're okay. Alright, this needs to be less cream and more of like a cool white. Well, it's a little bit of a mix, isn't it? There's a little bit of a shadow. And we need a lot more light colors here, don't we? Sort of bring everything out. This hair is going to be really hard to tackle, I think. I'll also start using a little bit of airbrush to sort of soften and lighten things where I see that would fit. And then this needs to be a lot more of a deeper, intense glow. I don't want to do it too much because there's not... It's still very, very light gold, I think. People trip over nothing, don't worry about it. Okay, that's fair. Vesta says, what if there are time travel shenanigans afoot and you're actually the original artist of every Masterstudy you've done? That's funny. That's cute. It's already known. CG doesn't reveal anything unique, so it's fine. Alright, that's good. They always go crazy with the hair. They do. It's really inspiring. I would love to be able to naturally draw hair like this. I would not know how to draw hair like this, but there's a lot to take from it. I mean, if you can break it down to simpler shapes, then you can kind of understand it. If I can break down sort of what it's doing here. And is this tied back a little bit, or is it just a random strand? Can't really tell. And then I see her ear. It's really, really subtle. Zephyr, thank you so much for following. Thank you, thank you. I hope you're having a good day so far. I feel bad for Star by the time chapter 15 drops. The banner itself is a spoiler? Really? Love living life a million kilometers an hour. Almost missed the second train. Oh my goodness, no. Let me see. Arknights music is so cool. It's so much better than most AAA games. Like, I saw the... What was it? Vesa had the post where it was like, Arknights church music versus other gacha church music. And it was like a night and day difference. Make that a little bit. Change the shape to match a little bit nicer. And then, okay, there's a lot of... Wait. Is that like an earring on the... On the golden retriever ear? That's... okay. Hard to tell. But, you know, I'm just working with what shapes I see, basically, so... You know what's kind of funny is some of the songs, not all of them, but some of them have, like, slight, Zelda vibes. This one definitely does, in my opinion. Can't believe Amiya was Skynet Terminator. Vesa, no, stop. Her neck seems a little too large here, so I'm gonna adjust this really quick. I keep jumping to the wrong brush. Why do I do that? There we go. I'm trying to work with a hard brush and I keep accidentally switching to the soft brush without being aware. And her face is so soft I can't really figure out where the shading values are here. There's a little bit of coolness on her cheek. It's really, really subtle. It's more of like a cool gray here. And then her head is fully lit. And then you can sort of see where the shadow of her nose sort of breaks the silhouette a little. It's interesting how AK approach the most religious race in the game. Make them very go-happy and cheerful people with a bit of cowboy aesthetic when it comes to their clothing. I feel like Vesa would love that. That says back to everything's TOTK, I see. Look, it's just... Okay, that note, that little string of notes right there, feels like some song in TOTK, and I forget which. But I swear that sounds familiar. When you feel down, listen to all the Adele event OST. They're cute and goofy. I think there's one on here that's like in the instrumental. And some people were like, oh, I hate this because it reminds me of how hard the event was. But I know that people are just being silly. Alright, we're gonna go a little bit brighter. This is what I mean when I say that I can never, like, push myself for the right amount of contrast here. She actually has two earrings now that I take a closer look. Does she? Oh, is one resting, like, right here? It's a little bit hard to see. The game mode is so fun, I'm absolutely addicted to it. Wait, which one? Reclamation algorithm? Tower defense going survival genre? What? Isn't that already what it is? Isn't it already survival tower defense? Isn't that kind of like... This might be a little bit too forward. So I'll bring it back a little here. It's turn-based? What? What is this? Oh, this needs to be way... Oh, wait a minute. Whoa, I did not get this part right at all. This needs to be moved entirely. I think I need to just chop the whole thing to do this, actually. How'd I get that so wrong? It's very, very off. I need to move the whole thing upward and then shift it. Somehow that got very off kilter. I don't really know how. Alright, let's see if we can fix this. See, this is why we're comparing and contrasting so much. Because I definitely messed up this shape a little bit. Because I'm realizing where the breaks here are. And I'm seeing that there is a lot more visual difference, and the hair is like right underneath her chin. I would love to know how this is actually figured out when the original artist is painting this. Because obviously they're probably making rough, loose strokes. And then however it lands is however it lands, and I'm trying to replicate it, so it's going to be a lot stiffer when I attempt it. That's just kind of the nature of the beast with doing master studies, is your attempt is going to not feel as smooth, because you're trying to replicate what somebody else did very naturally, right? It's just kind of going to be that way. There's not really a way around it. But you can try to at least be aware of it, so that you can make adjustments. I think we're okay here. This is the best background theme. It is very good. You can attempt it after you finish chapter 3. You won't get very far. You can get an idea of what it's like. Oh dear. You know what I do need to attempt still is Annihilation. I haven't touched Annihilation yet. I'm too scared to touch Annihilation. I didn't know there were modes when it started. Blasted through 100 days before realizing. I didn't realize either. Kiki-senpai, hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing? I find YouTube weird, just checking my phone. PC on par, phone is a couple seconds off. I don't know why. You never hear the music? I really do need new speakers? I think the music is at like a decent volume, right? I want to make sure it's not so loud that it's hard for me to talk over. Alright, this needs to be higher. This part with the outfit is a little tricky to attempt, but... Not doing Annihilation is literally throwing away free Orndom. I know, I know. Yeah, I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out in the next few days. You should really get going on Annie sooner than, rather than later. Oh, Annihilation, okay. I barely tried Annihilation, I can still get 329 out of 400. Then I just auto-repeat to get the max each week. Oh, that's fair, that's fair. It's been a while, last month, and this month has been super busy. It's good to hear from you, Geekish. Yeah, I'm just I'm just nervous is all. I'll do it like in the next day or two, I think. I know, I'm literally throwing away resources. I understand that. I get it. So I'll do it in the next week or so. Or not next day or so. The hard part about Annihilation is that DP doesn't auto-regenerate, and I don't Myrtle, but you do, so it should be fairly easy. Oh, I see, I see. Oh, it's one of those! Oh, okay. I have tried a few, chip stages where it doesn't auto-generate, so I'm at least, like, familiar with that sort of setup? Those definitely don't feel good, though. Like, I can handle it? Because, okay, like, I've had experience working with it, but I don't like it. It doesn't feel great. You're right, though. Myrtle does make it easier. Alright, let's see here. I'm trying to follow this whole pattern. And it's hard because I'm trying to follow the pattern and there's a giant light shining through it that was probably added at the end. Speaking of Annihilation, how, have you tried the event minigame? I've not. I'm going to try Annihilation and the event minigame on, like, the same play session, I think. Because I know, okay, so I know that there were people who were like, oh, you should do this thing on stream, and I'm like, I can't do this on stream. I'd get too nervous on stream, so what I'm going to try to attempt to do is, like, Let's Play style? Which I've never done before, and might make things harder and more nerve-wracking than just streaming, but it would also be good to just try it and see what happens, so... yeah, that's kind of the plan, I guess. The plan is to expand from my comfort zone. Very curious if you're gonna do the streaks with a blur or try to brush them in. These parts? They seem like they're pretty much a hard brush, so I think it would be better to brush them in, honestly. I can't tell what's going on with these straps. I'm probably just gonna have to go by the color and wing it. Xylee, thank you so much for following the channel. Average at best, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Just an average raid? I love that. Hello, hello, welcome in, raiders. My name is Starlight. I'm a prismatic kitsune. Right now I am doing a master study from, what is this one? Lone Trail? And just as like a quick aside, I don't know, I'm brand new to Arknights. I don't know anything about the story. This is a suggested master study, but we're having a lot of fun, so welcome in. I hope that you are all doing well. Average, if you need to step away, take a break, get some food, do what you need to do. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Have you checked out Lessing and his outfit since last time I was here during the Ella Master Study? I have not yet. You guys are gonna have to give me like a list. You guys have to give me like an Arknights to-do list. Average of Best, thank you very much for following. I appreciate it. There's some great video essays on the graphic design of Lone Trail. They do a good job avoiding spoilers too. Ah, well, anything that doesn't have spoilers, I'm willing to check out. Yeah, if you guys want to, like, if you guys want to give me, like, a to-do list in the Discord or something. It's gonna be so fun seeing you react. I will, I'll check it out. That's for the event, right? That's the character for the event. I don't even know how to navigate the event page. I'm gonna have to figure that out too. VGen link doesn't work? Wait, it doesn't? Wait, Yoitsu, it does the VGen link doesn't work? Wait, that's actually not good at all. Hang on a sec. What? Hang on. Does it work if I do this? Wait, I should actually, I need to test this, actually. Does that work? Okay, so the actual call works. But on Twitch? It does for you? On the Twitch side? Works for you? Starlight, fair warning. You're going to suffer on the next Arknights stream. TR15 is known as the hardest stage in... What? Oh, lovely. The links work on Twitch? Alright, thank you so much for checking that. I appreciate it. What? Not you too, Vessa, no! You guys are scaring me early. Don't scare me early. We'll figure it out together. Geekish, you can't get it, you can't click it either? The pride might be a little bruised. That's okay, I don't have much pride anyway. I do not have pride when I look back at my VODs and I see some of the stupidest things that I've been doing. It's all good. I don't have anything to lose. I use this song to lull myself to sleep. Amazing for insomnia? That's cool. What do you not understand about the event screen? I haven't checked it out yet. I just remember that it just looks a little, hard to navigate when I remember the previous events is all. I'll figure it out. I guess I just don't want to go into, like, the wrong areas. From what I understood from the previous event, it's like there's one area for redeeming stuff, there's one area for doing the tutorial, there's one area for doing the stages, and then, the mini-games and the stages. And I kind of just stuck to the minigame area. And I just did the one singular stage that I needed to unlock the minigame area. And that's all I did. Nessa says, I checked the links in the description. YouTube and Twitch side, all three worked and took me to your VGen. I don't know what people mean. Alright, huh. I don't know. It has a short animation, pretty good. Oh, okay, actually, yeah, I want to ask about that. So I accidentally clicked it, thinking that it was the, like, the main story thing, because they're, like, right next to each other, right? So I accidentally clicked it, and I thought it was starting to play, like, a main story animation, and I got nervous. And then I realized that it was for the event. Does the event animation have spoilers? Because I'm trying to avoid the story, for that event if it's too early. So I'm like, I don't want to accidentally click it, if it's, like, spoiler heavy. Unless it's just like the Carnival event, where it's like, I didn't know what was going on, but it's how the game opened, so. Just, no spoiler? Okay, okay. Is that safe to react to, or no? I would assume it is, since it's, like, directly in-game. It's like a trailer for the event. Okay, okay. Event animations generally spoil characters, but not any events or lore, really. Alright, that's fine. That's cool. Screaming idiot, hello, hello, welcome in. Safe to react to? Alright. I'm learning what the rules are. Alright, this needs to be erased entirely. This needs to be a little bit thinner. The funny thing is, Arknights so far with my videos have been generally safe. And the stuff that's been struck has been, like, my regular art streams. So I'm just sort of on edge from that, I guess. Because that's the fun thing I didn't realize about YouTube, is that, like, once you hit partner, then they suddenly, retroactively are like, hey, by the way, for 3 years, this has all been copyright struck. Or not struck, but claimed. Regular art streams because of background music. Yeah, not struck, but claimed. So it's like, they're like, hey, we're gonna take all of this monetization because of the background music you used. And I'm like, the background music said it was copyright free. And they're like, yeah, well, you know, it's not, so... You don't even get to know if your videos are claimed if you're not partnered. So what happened is you do get to know ahead of time if your videos get claimed, but the person claiming them can do it at any time. So they can just go into like a 3-year-old live stream where you're drawing some Pokemon character or whatever, and they're like, hey, this cute little jazz background music you used, yeah, we own that video now. And I'm like, what? Why? What? And the video might have only had, like, you know, 3 views or whatever. And they'll still be like, yeah, you use that background in your starting soon screen. We owe the monetization on that. I'm like, well, okay, well, I don't think anyone's going to go back and watch that. But also, really? Of course, now that I have been hearing that people have been watching my, Hamtaro streams, which is really funny to me, and I'm very grateful for that, I should go into that starting soon screen and see if those have gotten demonetized too. Because it's the starting soon screen that got me, right? Hamtaro itself is fine. I just happen to use copyright-free cute music for the starting soon screen. So, yeah. Oops on me. I'm losing out on that 1 cent monetization. Yeah, right. Now you can earn money! Congrats! By the way, you didn't earn any money. It's not a strike, it's a claim. So the difference is basically they're just like, hey, your channel's not at risk, but that music that you used, yeah, we own that. We own all the monetization on this video because you used that in the starting soon screen for like 30 seconds. I'm like, okay. Yeah, it's not striked, it's just claimed. But the irritating part is because I do live streams, like, you know, starting soon or with art. I need background music for art, right? Art doesn't have its own music. Then it gets claimed, like, literally years later, and then they'll go through my entire library. So I got claimed on at least, like, 200 VODs. And I'm like, okay, really? You don't have anything better to do? And the annoying part about it is that, like, I try to follow all the rules. If you guys go into these, if you try to go into my YouTube description, like, right here, right now, you'll see that I list off, like, at least 15 different sources for music, but I didn't list the individual songs. Why didn't I list the individual songs? Because I don't know what's going to be playing on my playlist throughout the however long 2-3 hours stream, right? So then they can be like, well, you didn't list the individual songs, you didn't do a good enough job, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm using. It's not like I'm doing, like, an edited 10-minute YouTube video. But you guys said it was copyright-free. Well, yeah, it's only copyright-free if you credit the individual songs. I don't know what they're gonna be. You should have made a description the length of an Arknights chapter, clearly. I messaged one of them. I was like, hey, can you put me on, like, your whitelist? Because unless you want your credit to be, like, a Google Doc, I'm not gonna be able to do this. I'm like, okay, I understand you guys probably don't know what a live stream is, but I can't credit every single song when I don't know what it's going to be. It's just, it's not a great system. It's not a great system at all. Were any of them recent? They were all within, like, the last week. They were all, like, I got monetization, and then, I don't know, I think that they got, like, some alert, and they're like, hey, this person can now make money, so now you should go after them more. Vesta says, I think it's insane you can have a 4-hour stream, play 30 seconds of a song that gets copy struck 5 years later, and then it claims the entire video's duration. Worst system ever. 100% agreed, yeah. And then it's so annoying, right? Like, I got, one of the ones that got claimed was when I was doing the Amiya piece because of the, maintenance, right? So then the whole thing gets claimed, including the gameplay stuff, because of music that I used in the Amiya piece. Oh, here's the lovely part! So it's like, oh, we recognize 2 songs that we don't want you to use. And they're like, but it's okay, we have a system where you can safely replace them. And I'm like, okay, cool. And they're like, yeah, just look at our audio library and pick one you like and then replace the song that you're not supposed to use. I'm like, cool, got it. The audio library didn't have audio. I couldn't hear what the audio tracks were. I didn't know what to do, and I tried looking it up and I couldn't find anyone else who had this problem. And I'm like, why doesn't YouTube's audio library have audio? How does it replace the song without overriding your voice? YouTube's AI system. It's an AI that I'd have to use. It's literally just like AI tech doing it. Yeah, annoying, but what are you gonna do? But I couldn't even do that because it's like, you know, pick a track and then it shows the track playing and then it just doesn't play the audio. So I don't know what it is. So I'm not gonna just throw in random audio in my video that I can't hear. Speaking of Lone Trail, did you know there's a fan-made live-action movie? That is crazy. I don't know anything about Lone Trail, so, like, don't say anything about Lone Trail, because I'm extremely new. But that is crazy. I'm trying to not get super tight on the detail, but it's hard because this whole thing is based on line art. So I end up getting tighter on the detail than I probably should. You should check it after you read the original story. I think it's gonna take me a while to get there, unfortunately. Doesn't Twitch simply pick up the music and mute it instead? I don't really know how Twitch does it, to be honest. Love that you're drawing Kristen. Her design is so nice. What made you want to draw her? Sorry if this has been asked. I arrived not long ago. No, Subier Taylor, you're all good, you're all good. Basically, in my Discord, I have a channel, called Starlight Chat, and there's a thread in the channel, and people can submit, CGs that they want me to do master studies of. So, at least 3 people? I want to say at least 3 people, submitted this one, and I don't know anything about Lone Trail or about the story. But there were so many submissions, and I'm like, alright, let's do it. So that is how we ended up drawing this CG. So that's where that chat is? Okay, so to be fair, I didn't have it in the easiest to find location because I didn't think it would be that regularly used. You guys have to remember that, like, everything changed when the hive mind attacked. And as a result, some of the channels are probably not the most organized. Trying to see if I can keep in line here. What are these parts, anyway? I can't even tell what these are. Also, thank you, Kaku. Thank you, I appreciate it. Simply put, not any event can compete with Lone Trail in writing and story deliverance. It's a blessing, the one that would follow it. Second is this current rerun that is happening. Okay, so I'm gonna make sure that I do not read the story for this event until I'm at the point where I can safely read it. But I will keep that in mind, that eventually that I would like to try to visit Lone Trail someday. Even if I'm very, very, very far away from it. Congrats on partner, by the way. Thank you, Burning Pyre. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it was, like, very much not an expected thing. Alright, what did we do here? There's another streak that we didn't get here. So I'm really happy about the partner thing, but I'm also very, very quickly realizing YouTube's problematic systems. But that's okay, I'm gonna live and learn from this. In other words, I'm going to find better music to use. And that's why Arknights music so far has been a blessing. They look like little spatulas to me, probably metals or something. Okay, I was also thinking spatulas, and I'm like, that seems kind of rude to assume. I'm probably not knowing something that other people know, but they do kind of look like little spatulas. There's so much detail on this. Kind of unreal. We're figuring it out, though. This moves a lot further. Wait, what? Sorry, what about Discord? There's another mini-event acting as prologue to Lone Trail? Alright, good to know, good to know. Hope you get to enjoy Lone Trail someday. Truly one of my favorite stories in gaming. Dang, that is... I remember seeing that people were saying that it was praised by the Baldur's Gate dev, so... that kind of tells me all I need to know. It's funny, because, like, I'm enjoying how the main story is going, and then there's a lot of people who are like, this is nothing, and I'm like, oh, this is nothing? So, I'm curious for how things develop in multiple ways in multiple directions. The whole Discord partnering with a bunch of AI companies. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's not great. I'm debating on just removing slash commands in the server. I don't think anyone really needs to use slash commands in an art server, probably. Congrats on partner news. Kristen's coming along well, too. Thank you, Bushmaster. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. If anyone's interested, there are several official manga series for Arknights you can read on the official site. They do have spoilers, though. There seemed to be a lot. I was a little bit intimidated by how many there were. I'm looking forward to getting to the point where I will be able to absorb more content without fear. Someone made a video about Lone Trail's visual design aspect, which basically what you would experience during the start of the space rocket era IRL. I forget if the video is spoiler-free or not. I think somebody mentioned that earlier. Main story is a lot of run, fight, not much character development compared to other more recent things. People look back on them a bit negatively. Ah, I see, I see. I don't mind it, though. I'm still enjoying it. I'm still enjoying it. Yeah, maybe comparatively. But I still think it's... I like it. Doesn't work via slash commands, you would just right-click an image, it lets you do the whole AI stuff. I thought that it was an app that you activated through slash commands, no? At least that's what people were saying before. Maybe that's changed, I don't know. But I know that banning the bot account doesn't do anything, that was a whole discussion we kept having. So I was told that slash commands were the best way to prevent it, but maybe not. I don't know. It seems one of those things that's just like, it's inevitable either way. All it does is make it easier for people, but it doesn't, like, stop people from using the tool, right? They can just go to the website. It just saves them a step because if they're using AI, they're going to be lazy in general. Eh? Bushmaster, thank you so much! I really, really appreciate it! I was very thrown off. I wasn't... I forgot that was a thing! 5:30 AM on a day off, would never expect to be watching a prismatic fox draw one of the most interesting side story antagonists. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I want to get into the stories more so badly. I know I'm such a far away... I know I'm so far away, but I'm genuinely very, very intrigued, and the more I learn, the more I want to keep going with things. I know that the Hive Mind's general goal is to get people hooked, and I would say that the Hive Mind is doing a good job with it. But thank you so much, Bushmaster. I really appreciate the support. Alright, I think we're getting to the point where we can start. I don't want to get too into the weeds with her face. But I think that... I think we're almost at the part where I can start doing that. I'm worried about if the hair is looking a little too big, so I'm sort of... It's probably okay? There's dark parts that kind of break it up a little bit nicer, too. Most events are not tied to main story. If you want to get into them, you can pick whichever event seems most appealing and go read it. I am too nervous to do that at the moment. Sigogo, I have not experienced Lone Trail. I'm very, very new. I'm just doing the CG. I know it's really confusing, but this was basically suggested from members of the Discord, so I just thought that the work was really pretty, but I don't know anything about it at the moment. Finally able to send money and catch a stream on the same day. Great day off so far. I'm glad to hear that that's a good day off for you. It seems like it's very late or early, I guess. Want to make sure that you get some sleep, or have gotten some sleep anyway. You can take shortcuts watching the simplified version, made from various content creators, aka writing is long and tiring most of the time. I do keep hearing that. I'm not at the point where I need to do that yet. I'll have to see where things go. I don't know, I've been reading the story on stream, and I'm at the point where I can still do that, but I know that there will probably be a point where I won't be able to. And we'll cross that bridge when we get there, I suppose. The irony of me joining an art streamer to pick up art, whilst they pick up Arknights, is definitely not lost on me. Life sure is interesting. Aegis, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. If I can help you with art stuff, in the Discord, like, feel free to, there's, like, areas to post your work and everything, and you can ask for feedback and things, but yeah, and I'm entirely new to Arknights, so I appreciate help from you guys, too. Thank you so much. Arknights, yes, exactly. That's kind of how we've been calling it, right? The Arknights and the art is very much a great relationship so far. And it seems that a lot of fans of Arknights really appreciate good art, which just makes me really happy. It just makes me really, really happy. Reading the entire thing's more fun. I feel like it would at least help with the nuance. The thing is, like, if I'm reading it on stream, there's probably parts that I can't pick up as easily when I'm reading either. So it already is kind of summary-ish for me. Well, no, I think I'm okay now. In the beginning, I was having a lot of, I was struggling to keep up with the narrative, but I think I'm okay where we're at currently in the story. Take your time and don't rush. It's like reading a good book with fun tower defense between. Yeah, it seems so. I think the only thing that scares me about it is the story getting, like, a little too dark. Just in terms of what I'm used to, or what... YouTube won't get mad, right? There's nothing that YouTube would, be freaked out enough over, right? I mean, there's people who've played through the whole thing before, or at least to where it's at currently, so it should be okay, right? It won't, don't worry, okay, okay. Because I saw, like, the chapter 2, there was a really abstract CG, but there was also blood, and I was like, oh, okay, this is the first time my stream has shown something like this. But I imagine that other people have already gone through stuff like that before, so it was just a little bit of a surprise, that's all. A little bit of like, oh, okay, all right. Arknights is built on being stylish and visually captivating. It all checks out. Heck yeah. The game itself pushes hard on art in multiple forms, visual, music, writing, etc. No surprise the Venn diagram overlaps. And that's how I got into it in the first place, right? Like, a Masterstudy is how we got here, and a Masterstudy is how we're going. I want to make sure I don't get too into the weeds still. I keep telling myself that to try to remind myself that there's, like, a lot more to deal with here. There's a lot of... Okay, you guys ever see a piece where you're like, oh, okay, this seems doable, and then you get into it and you're like, oh, wait, there's a lot more detail than I, like, wasn't paying attention to. Like, you see it physically there, but until you start trying to study it, it doesn't really register in your head as this is going to be difficult, this is a lot more detail. So I'm looking at this and I'm like, oh, okay, this is a lot. There's a lot of detail. Remembering there will be season 3 of the anime, you can safely clear the first arc of the story without reading the original, I suppose. Sometimes there's some stuff that isn't included. Yeah. I'll soon be able to watch season 1. Soon enough. AK is a lot more tell and don't show when it comes to the dark stuff. Okay. That's relieving. Might still get hard to read on stream, but at least, you know, it won't get slapped. Personal take for the future, I recommend using the vouchers halfway through chapter 3 or the beginning of chapter 4. And for 6-star voucher, Mountain is insanely good at E1. Alright. Use the vouchers halfway through chapter 3 or beginning of chapter 4. Because then I'll probably have a better grasp on things, right? I just didn't want to use them at the very, very beginning. Because I was like, I don't want to be able to, I don't want to get distracted by that, you know? Wishmaster, what? A little early? Also, I personally love how you've been playing so far, with the reading and real-time reaction to the story is great. The story may get dark, but it has to pass China's fairly strict content guidelines, too. Bushmaster, thank you so much. Thank you, yeah. I do really like doing the story reading on stream. I actually have a lot of fun with the story reading. So it really means a lot that you guys like that too. And thank you, Bushmaster, really. I'm about to say the anime could be lighter, but then they lifted the censor debuff on the recent season. That's okay. With anime, it's okay. Like, it's stuff that I can handle. It's just me freaking out about the stream side, really, because, well, like we were discussing earlier, right? My stream's previously been like Hamtaro and Infinity Nikki. And Pokemon Pinball. Funny enough, AK would probably include much darker visuals if it wasn't a China game. Yeah, that makes sense. Arknights tends to play nice. One time they got around censor laws by swearing in Latin. Okay, that's funny, though. That's funny. This music is so good. This music is genuinely so good. I know that you guys are saying that they have, like, every genre, but this one is so nice. It's quite the change on content. Also, angry chicken swearing in Latin is the best thing in the world. Ignore chat's voucher advice? Pick, by favorite art for Manic's only chance. I kind of like, Excusier, just because, like, I think she seems funny so far. Like, very bright, happy, cheerful. And I saw that she's also in the anime, but I don't know yet. Have you heard the Dungeon Meshi, boss fight OST? You need to check it out. I'm not gonna touch any of those things. As much as I would like to, I'm not touching anything that has collab stuff in it. I made some mistakes earlier. I'm not gonna grab any of those yet. I'll wait until I'm a little bit further to look up stuff, but I believe you. I believe you. Purple Onyx says, I think you're a bit too worried about violent stuff in video games. I have a feeling YouTube's a lot more forgiving when it comes to violence being portrayed in video games. YouTube is definitely less forgiving than Twitch. But yeah, I mean, you're right. I could be a little bit over paranoid because, again, I don't have much experience in any other area with it. Capri-san, thank you so much for following. Thank you. I hope you're having a good day so far. I genuinely just don't have experience with what the lines are, you know? There's a reaction channel, did react on it, so it's fine for the collab OST? Okay. I still just, I want to be careful. I don't want YouTube to be recommending me stuff right now. YouTube is not, YouTube does not play nice when it comes to not knowing what I don't know, which is everything. But yeah, you're probably right about the violence thing. That was sort of more of like a side thought where I was like, it's probably okay. There's probably people who've already worked with this, but I'm just being a little paranoid, that's all. If Limbus can be streamed on YouTube, you're fine with this game? Okay, that's actually a good way to think about it. I don't know enough about Limbus, but it does seem darker. I have a friend who was looking at Limbus earlier as well. Again, I know nothing about it, but well, one of the mods anyway. They normally do like horror game streams, so I was like, I don't know, maybe this is more up your alley. Might be fitting brand-wise for them. I'm not sure though. I really don't know about it. Me. Hello, Kaku. It could be a good brand match for you. I know nothing about it though. YouTube, hey kid, I heard you like Thing. Here's a video with huge spoilers in the thumbnail. Yeah, exactly. So it's really annoying, but I've been like, I'm gonna have to, what's the word? I'm gonna have to fix this later, but at the moment, anything that's AK that appears on YouTube, I just have to hit not interested, as much as I'm like, no, I am interested, but I have to tell you that I'm not interested. It doesn't know and it doesn't care, though. Alright, that's a textured brush, isn't it? There's textured brushes in here, too. Alright. We're slowly figuring out the jacket, because this is taking... The jacket is tricky. And there's a lot of darker pieces here, too. I want to make sure we get those in there, too. I would feel on Twitter whenever a CN event is released. That's fair. It stinks not being able to watch any AK content. It's just all spoilers. For the moment, yeah, it really is. And I know that you guys have the same trouble with the CN stuff, but for me, it's like everything. Oh wait, this is the story theme? Oh! Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was in the playlist. Are you guys okay? Do you want me to skip it? I'm sorry. I know some people were saying that they can't listen to it. It's really nice instrumental. It's okay? I'm sorry. I won't put it in the, I won't have it in the speed paint. I'll use the lobby theme for this. I didn't know. If you skip, we'll get mad? Okay, okay. I just don't wanna, like, upset anybody. That's all. This is the Lone Trail event lobby music? Piano cover, though? Oh, this is the lobby music! Wait. Oh, so I already have the lobby music here? Okay. I was just trying to grab instrumentals. I didn't know what I was doing. So it's like oddly fitting. You're having the exact wrong reaction, everyone loves it. I just don't want to make anyone cry, that's all. There's nothing wrong? Okay, alright. I just want to make sure. I care about people's well-being. Maybe to a little bit of a ridiculous degree, but hey, you know. It's great music. Having it play during the story lobby adds to the storytelling immensely. Alright, so, like, in general, we're okay keeping it in on just the playlist itself, on loop, or whatever. Because I don't know, there's some that I ended up, like, panic deleting. Yes? Okay, alright, okay. I'm sorry that I'm, like, very unsure of how a lot of these things work or go or whatever. I'm not used to this type of media, I guess is the best way to say. So I don't know if I'm doing something bad or wrong or whatever. And then when some people are, like, joking about it, it's hard for me to gauge. That's all. That's mainly it, you know? Music, most lobby themes are amazing. Then there's the Adele lobby theme, which is the whole ass song with vocal comes out of nowhere. I think I have the Adele thing in here too, but it's instrumental. Let's see, is this the background? I think it is. I think this is a piece of the hair that's, like, showing through the back. Or is, like, broken up here. Yeah, I think that makes more sense. And then I know that the skin tone is not quite right yet. And then there's a little bit of the shirting that I didn't get in. There we go. It's a headband? Oh, wait, huh? It's a headband. I'm not seeing the headband part. Silent Spirit, hello, welcome in. Good morning, good morning. Fun stream idea, watch the Arknights adverts, they're so bad it's funny. I did end up seeing some of those. They're interesting. They're very interesting. What's this song called? Hear it all the time in stories, haven't seen the name. It's just called Holiday. Shadow under the big floppy ears, maybe? I see her ears here, but I think this is just like... I think this is just a piece of hair that's being wrapped around. I don't see the headband part. The Arknights ads mentioning makes me want to curl up and cry. They're definitely something. It kind of reminds me of, like, have you guys seen those memes about, like, you know, how video games advertised in Japan versus in the West. It kind of it gives me those vibes. Like especially like if you've seen the ones for Kirby, right? I think Kirby's the most obvious example. People who are in charge of the old ads must have thought it was a cheap mobile game like 99% of others. That's fair. That's fair. Why would they sabotage though? It's just an audience mismatch, right? Adriak says my quote-unquote favorite AK ad is where the dude just says furry, furry, furry. Wait, is that a thing? Is that a thing? Oh goodness, I haven't seen that one. I'm not sure if I want to. Arknights was kind of my last chance for gacha games. I pretty much only had bad experiences, but I had heard pretty much only good things about Arknights. That was 5-ish years ago now, and I'm still playing. Clearly I got convinced. That's fair. There's barely any furry in the game, especially being stuck with only one furry female, I believe, after 6 years. More than in other games, though. More than in other games, that's for sure. Like, the fact it's even, like, a single option at all, then there's multiple. I would say more than most games. Especially if you consider the playable side of it, right? The girl for his name's literally waifu. Yeah, I did see that. Fans could probably make a better ad for free than whoever made the actual AK ads. Very true, I think. Calling the only furry woman waifu was diabolical. Oh, I didn't even realize this name tag. I'm not gonna be able to add that in there. Ah! Waifu is my favorite 5-star behind Lord, Tachanka? I've not seen that one. Waifu has a nice design, though. It's kind of funny because I know that Kuroblood is the artist for them, but it reminds me of another artist that I saw, like, ages ago back on DeviantArt, and I know it's not the same one, but it has that same energy, and it's kind of funny to see that kind of art style after so many years. I know it's not the same artist, but when I first saw that design, it was, it amused me. There's so much folds on this fabric, oh my goodness. I'm also still not quite getting the color right, I think. I think the color needs a little bit of adjustment still. And then I also need to get going on the hair, because that hair is going to be, very intense. That hair is going to be the death of me. Alright, that's okay for the moment. One thing I'll never forget is how there's an artist in AK that drew their operator in a maid outfit. The operator was male. Tachanka's collab unit from Rainbow Six. Oh, I see, okay. Waifu is very Tigress from Kung Fu Panda coded. I can see that. Proof that everyone's a furry, it's just that they've not found the good ones yet. Alright, I'm going like, I'm... Ugh. What am I gonna do about this hair? Alright, I'm just gonna focus on adding like a bit more intense highlight where I can. That's kind of all I can think of at the moment. Because there's just a lot going on here. And it's not that big of a space to work with, it's just, this is going to be intense. Starlight, the bit above is part of the hair ornament. This part? Or the cross? Or, oh, this piece. This piece, you mean? Is that not a hair strand? It didn't feel like a hair strand because it doesn't have the same, it's not as thin. Okay, yeah, it's shining like a metal. It doesn't have the same reflective properties, and it has a rounded end to it. So that makes sense to me. It kind of looks like copper, doesn't it? Is it connected to this part? I see. Okay. That's good to know. That's definitely something that I'm going to have to, like, keep adding glow to. Alright. What am I gonna do about the actual hair here? I'm just gonna have to wing it. It's not gonna be exact, but I'm just gonna have to wing it because there's just so much going on. So I'm just gonna have to work with where it's light and where it's dark and hope for the best, really. It's probably not gonna be... It's probably not gonna be super close, but we'll see where we can go with it. I like to try to make them close where I can, but there's just too much going on in this one. The dark part's definitely a headband. The official art has a headband. Really? Yeah, I can see the dog ear part. But if the official art has a headband, I trust you. Yeah, the light coming off is very, very beautifully done. I want to see if I can at least capture a little bit of that. Also, the backlight with the hair, where it's like this intense gold, that's really special too. Like this very... see if I can... This part that's sort of shining through the back is really nice. The official Sprite doesn't have any spoilers, has more detail for reference. I usually like trying to just go with what the CG is, but in this particular case, I am kind of curious. Actually, okay, you... No, it's fine, it's fine. There's been times where I've been trying to just look up a single image of a character, and it shows me way more than I wanted to know. Oh! Oh, this actually makes a lot more sense now. Oh, okay, I see, I see. I was looking at it like it was... Okay. No, this actually clears up a lot. This actually clears up a lot. That's not... I was looking at it incorrectly. I see it now. Thank you. I appreciate that, thank you. I see the issue now. I see where I went wrong. Okay. The problem is that the background and the headband end up looking like the same color. I see it now. Okay. Enlightenment achieved. I see what you're saying now. Okay, this is kind of the problem that I had on an iteration of my old design, because, the tips of my ears were not white, they were dark navy. And if I was in the background like this, like if I was in the same, situation, then it would just look like my ears were just chopped off. So, it's an optical illusion. I see. And this is where a highlight is. I see it now. I see it. I was like, this is a weird way for the hair to be flowing, but no, now it makes perfect sense. Her hair keeps getting more complicated the more I look at it. Okay, the headband thing helped so much, though. Speaking of furry, it puzzles me anytime people claim Kimono Mimi doesn't count as mild furry. I can take mild furry, but a lot of people, just don't want to admit that they like anything that they could associate with furry, but I also will say that there is indeed a difference. The OG artist has the vision in mind, we're just copying the work, so it's kind of hard. Yeah, it's hard to know, like, what they were, thinking in the beginning, but... No, I completely see it now. It makes sense to me now. It's kind of like what I was saying before with these strokes, right? Like, to the original artist, it was probably just very quick, and I'm trying to, like, copy the exact shape, whereas they probably didn't have to worry about that kind of thing. It's not furry in the way people mean it to be furry. Yeah, exactly. And then I think... So, does her hair tie around? It does. Okay, it does tie in the back. So that makes a lot more sense. Furry or not, I just need more waifu art. Usako, I think somebody summoned you in here earlier. Official art has that bit of hair being a braid so it can hold the thing. I see. That makes sense. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. I'm gonna have to have these, like, next to each other. No, I can see it. I can see it. It goes around and through. Okay. I'm totally, like, seeing it from a different lens now. I see what they're doing now. I see it. There you go. Art design enlightenment understanding. And that would explain how the whole thing's metal. It's all coming together now. It's all making sense. How do people even come up with this kind of ornament? I would never be thinking of something like this. And then I can see the little highlights here are showing where the braid part of it is. It's definitely summoned. Just need more aroma art. Well, you know, maybe at some point. I also do take commissions. I am on a wait list right now. But I do take commissions. But no, maybe at some point we'll be able to work with some of the non-CG stuff too. I'm very grateful that I currently have a waitlist, but I'm also kind of nervous that I have a waitlist now. I didn't used to have a waitlist. Don't give you hope? No, you never know. I mean, frankly, they're safer than the CGs in terms of spoiler territory. I was looking at a lot of the CGs, and I'm like, I think these were submitted when people didn't care if I had the context or not, because they didn't know if I was really gonna stick with things or not. And then I look at some of the CGs, and I'm like, I feel like this is going too far. In terms of, like, danger zone and stuff. Like, things that would not have mattered if the person was not wanting to play. And then, like, if you're actually getting into it, it's like, oh, wait, maybe this is too far. The design of Kristen is like a fashion genre with the country they're affiliated with when it comes to the edges and square-like designs and mixed colors. Oh, okay. Stuff like this is why original designs are somehow easier than replicating existing ones for me. That's fair. Also, thank you for the VGen shoutout, Vessa. I appreciate it. Thank you. It's shaped almost like infinity? Huh. Don't have to be confused about what I'm looking at where I decide what goes where. Yeah, that's fair. BRB? Alright. Just realized Arknights gives me strong Magic the Gathering vibes. Oh, really? The world building continued at the current pace. Imagine AK in 40 years. Magic the Gathering? I don't know anything about Magic the Gathering lore either. All I know is that it is, I just know it's a card game, and I know it probably has a bunch of lore, but I don't know any of it. Man, I don't know anything about Magic the Gathering, but I do see the Magic the Gathering artists, like the older artists, talking about how intensely competitive getting into the Magic art field is now. And it kind of was, like, for the longest time, right, it was considered, like, if you can be a Magic the Gathering artist, you've, like, made it in the illustration world. And then the irony, and I think someone brought this up in a stream one time, is that nowadays people don't want that. They want to work on gacha art. And just say it's really funny how you look back at the Masterstudies thread in your first message, it has an Arknights art there. Wait, what do you mean? The Masterstudies thread in the first message? Oh, in the thread? Yeah, it was the, it's the picnic one, right? Because the picnic one is how this whole thing started. The tea anniversary piece, right? That's how this all started. I think the spatulas are like a seatbelt lock to keep the jacket on. Honestly, I don't know exactly what they are. Let me see here. Oh, okay, it's kind of like... No, I can see it. It looks like some sort of heavy-duty... It's still a little bit confusing, but, yeah. It at least looks a little bit less like spatulas. Hypergriff has worked with fan music creators. Maybe there's hope for fan artists too. Well, there's a lot of competition there too, I'm sure. A lot. And wouldn't it shock me if those things are kind of like, who is it? How League of Legends operates? They're like, oh yeah, you wanna do, League of Legends stuff? You know, you have to tell us what level you're at. You have to tell us what level you're at in the game and, like, what your rank is. Yeah, I was interested in the art of League of Legends at one point, but never the gameplay. And then, if you wanted to be an artist, you had to prove to them that you were also very familiar with their game by showing them what level you were at in the game. Gacha's the natural evolution of paper card games. Still people paying big money to try to get the images they like. The funny thing is, I'm actually a huge fan of card art as well. Even if I don't play the card games themselves. Used to be huge on collecting Pokemon cards, and also have the, like, art for the cards and everything. Art book for the cards. So I really can see how it all comes full circle. Because, you know, the pretty PNGs, that's what matters. In whichever form that looks like. I've always really just been into that kind of, like, satisfying, it's kind of hilarious that I never actually ended up, like, getting into what these things are. Never played the 3D gacha game, never played the Pokemon card game, seriously. But I always love the thing that is needed to build them. It's just very satisfying, I suppose. Most of the in-game Arknights CG are so TCG coded. They are. They really are. That's probably why I like them so much, too. That's probably why most people like them so much, but... Yeah, it really does all come full circle, doesn't it? Have you watched any of the Wright Studies videos on Magic the Gathering card art? Absolutely beautiful. I have not seen that name, but I watched, what was it? I think it was, what was their name? Esben Rasmussen? And they were talking a little bit about Magic the Gathering work before. Oh, this is not locked. I need to lock this. I used to be way more into that world than, you know, anime was a lot more fitting for me personally. But I still admire it. I remember when I went to some sort of, like, industry events and everything, I got a bunch of posters of, like, the League splash art, and I grabbed some Magic the Gathering cards, just to sort of study the artwork of it. So I have a bunch of these kind of things, just not the knowledge. And I know, that probably makes me seem very, like, very touristy. But, you know, material study is material study. The difference here is that Arknights is the first thing I'm actually like, hey, you guys are convincing me to actually try this out. And get really into it, and it fits a lot of things that I already naturally do gravitate towards. There was a fan artist that posted a craft shout post about how they attempted to get hired by Arknights but failed multiple times, so they would stop posting art online. Kind of feel bad for them? Wait, what? There's a fan artist that posted a crash out post, attempting to get hired by Arknights, failed multiple times, they'd stop posting art online. Oof. That is strange. Not even started on background. It's okay. The background is not very intense, I don't think. I think they came back then. Oh, okay. Card art in particular is so interesting to me and how they use composition to keep them all distinct and interesting despite the size and number. Yeah, 100%. I love analyzing card art. I have a few Pokemon card art books. I love having cards just for the sake of study. One that's actually really cheap to collect. Cheap being relative in terms of, like, if you don't care about the rare ones. Card Fight Vanguard. Like, every card in that is full art. Which is kind of cool. Arknights collabs are the weirdest stuff. I wouldn't even be surprised if they collabed with IKEA? What? Why IKEA? The most satisfying thing on TCG is when you line up multiple cards and it creates a full scenery. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's not common, but it's really nice when it does happen. I know Pokemon's doing that kind of thing a lot lately. Alright, I want to make sure that I hit all the marks over here on the dress. We're basically at the part here where it's just like figuring out the shapes and the detail, and then sort of like brushing it in and making sure it stands out. This needs to be a lot more vibrant. This needs to have like a nicer glow effect around it, I think. And I will be hitting these with glow as well, but just sort of establishing that color. Especially here by the nose, that's always a big point. By the eyebrows. There we go. This will all, like, be hit with a glow later. I can't do it now. But things will feel like they're being put together more once I'm able to just hit these light, bright pieces. They did a World Wildlife Fund collab? Sky's the limit. I love that. Well, that's actually, that's fitting, isn't it? That's fitting. Still kind of crazy, but kind of fitting. Considering the designs and whatnot. That's actually really clever of them. Alright, this is all gonna have to be sort of like... This is gonna have to be slightly, abstracted. Because I can't really hit every shape here. As long as it feels right, to some degree. And there's a lot of strokes being done here, too. And this piece is also very bright. I need to get to the face at some point very soon. Because it looks so strange when I don't have anything going on for the face. This needs to be a little bit brighter too on the shoulder. Everything needs to be like either everything needs to be way brighter or way darker than how I have it. And this goes back to what I was saying before, right? Like having a little bit of hesitancy with the values, with the light and the dark. And this can go even brighter. But you see that the whole time, I'm still... Ugh, words. I'm still not color picking. If you notice the whole time, I'm still not color picking. I'm still trying to just learn from this. Naturally. Not color picking, trying to see if I can grab it on my own through observation and trial and error. And then these are really, really dark. These buttons have to show through in a really, really dark way. And then they have to be hit with a really, really bright orange to be able to stand out. This needs to be more of an orange, I think. There we go. Because it's a very warm palette. Yeah, what you were saying before was about, blending in with the lore into Terra, absolutely. Okay, I don't know too much about the collabs because I'm now actively trying to avoid them. But the fact that they all make sense is what makes me really happy, too. Like, even just the idea that the extra skins are fashion is... That idea is really, really cool to me, that they came up with that kind of thing. I think that's so cool. Alright, this needs to be a little bit darker and a little less saturated, I think. I can't think of any, I can't think of many other situations where they would explain the skins as being, like, tied into the world building. That's really special. And, like, if you're used to it, it probably doesn't seem that crazy, but to me, that's, like, that's wild to me. Maybe I'm just not as familiar with gacha, but I don't see that very often. Alright, and then there's a bit of a... what would I call this? A bit of a backlight here. Alright. They even have skin lines by actual fashion designers? Wait, like actual? That's really cool. The more I hear from you guys, the more it's like there's so much love and care put into this IP. I know you mentioned you had a waiting list. Do you have a commission sheet? VGen page is a bit confusing, to be honest. I'm sorry that it's confusing. I don't have a commission sheet, but I think I probably should have, like, a card site at some point. So the way that the VGen is set up is basically, like, each thing is a separate service listing. But if you mean, like, VGen's overall system is confusing, it's like... If you have any questions about it, I can answer, but I should have a card site as well, I think. Plus then you don't have to pay the VGen fees. Yeah, it would probably help to do that as well. The reason that it's, like, set up the way it is because I used to have a website, and then, I couldn't afford the upkeep anymore. So I need to jump on using a free card site instead. I think that would be better. Plus you don't have to worry about it. The reason that I had such an intensity with the website is because at the time I thought I wanted a website that could be very visually stand out. But that didn't end up happening either, so I don't really need a super fancy site. I just need something to show my info that would work. So at the moment that ended up being VGen, but yeah, I should have alternatives. Check out the outfit for Lessing. Okay, Justin, I will. AK's the only one I know that ties skins to in-universe explanation. That's fair, yeah. Most games don't put in this kind of effort. I felt like it was unusual. It seems like it's unusual. I just really appreciate that. Hello, Bionic Factory. Hello. I really like VGen for commissioning artists, especially for social anxiety. That's fair. You probably like more of a skeb style, right? Like where you don't have to communicate as much. I personally like communicating with clients. I like making sure that I'm hitting all the notes. But I also understand preferring skeb style. Because then it's just like you don't have to worry about being back and forth in the specifics and whatnot, right? I can do both, but I like communicating because I know that there's a lot of people who like communicating with their artists, and it's sometimes hard to find. I know a lot of artists who are like, I love not having to communicate with my clients, and I'm like, I actually like it. I actually like being able to, you know, hear people's ideas and work with them and see what they're up to. But not everybody feels the same way. But if it's an anxiety thing, I totally understand that. Skeb style is great. If you just want to, like, not talk and just get the work. Let's see here. I'm trying to go back to doing these folds because I was tackling these folds earlier and then I sort of forgot them. Agriculture advancement music. It's really nice. It kind of feels like a better version of Naruto music. Like, I love the music in Naruto, but this kind of feels like a better version of it. Welcome to the rice fields. I have no context for any of these. I have no context, they just sound good. I haven't heard that comparison. I don't no, like the older Naruto music, right? When everything was still about ninjas, once upon a time. That's what you get when you have a company being ran by doujin artists that are bunnies since uni days. I did see something about that. I forget where I saw that. I think somebody sent me something talking about that. That's really cool. That's probably the dream for a lot of people, right? Is to like make a game with your buddies that ended up like, well, that's kind of what happened with and again, I haven't played this, and I don't know if Vessa is still listening, but that's kind of what happened with Expedition 33, right? It's just like a bunch of guys wanting to do better things. I haven't really commissioned any artists. Considering I'm a perfectionist, I feel like I'd be too annoying and nitpicky. I don't want to annoy the artist. However, I also don't want to have a piece that doesn't truly evoke what I was aiming, so yeah. No, I understand that. I understand that. I can't, like, as an artist, I don't think I could commission other artists, because I think I would be too annoying as well. I have commissioned a few artists, but I am probably annoying. It's hard to strike that balance, because as the client, there is a point where you do have to let go a bit. But it can definitely be tricky. Because everyone's trying to balance things, right? Everybody's trying to balance revisions and time and all that. And I've been on both sides of it. It can definitely be a little tricky. Pre-tuning exam Naruto, the best part of it. I don't think I think tuning exam was still good. It's pre-Shippuden for me. Sweet, I didn't know you were gonna be at Offkai. See you there. Oh, Burning Pyre, yeah. Okay, I'm going to be doing a meet and greet with Irium at the end of Sunday. I don't know if you're gonna be there, but definitely stop by and say hi if you are. I'm curious if I'll see anybody that I know, because I know that I don't quite fit the I know I don't quite fit the existing audience for it. Will you have any merch there at the Irium booth? I don't think so. I think it's all gonna be, like, Irium's own merch. Oh! But, you know what? I am going to be on the, there's going to be... Wait, am I allowed to say this? Am I allowed to say this? I think every attendee is getting stuff in the swag bag. And, yeah, I can say this, because it was literally an event. I will be on a poster on, that I think every attendee gets in the swag bag. Because Irium wants to be doing, like, sponsorship stuff. So, yeah, I will be... I will be there in some form. Not as intense as others, but in some form. I'm really hoping that I get a copy too. Because I can't be there outside of virtual. So I'm hoping that I will also get one. Even if I had spare income to throw away around for commissioning designs, I always want something super particular when designing a character, to the point it would take a week of describing them. That's understandable. I like trying to brand myself as somebody that is more willing to work with, very specific things, as opposed to somebody who's, like, basically doing adoptable style designs. I like getting in the weeds and working with people with story. But I also know it's not for everybody, and that's okay too. Hello, Eve. Welcome in, welcome in. We are partner now. Where can I buy me tier 3 sub? Oh, that's the weird thing about YouTube memberships. I don't know why. They are apparently not released at the same time as getting YouTube partner. The first super chat, congrats on partner. Thank you, Vessa. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. RQ says, I love my old artist. How open the communication was between us and the commissioned art piece, especially as she is the professional, could stop me from going overboard and explain why. Yeah, understandable. Mention earring poster, Eve appears. You've been commissioning Arknights hockey art. That's an interesting combo. Hey! Eve! Eve, what are you doing? Goodness. What the heck, Eve? First Akasupa? Goodness. You should have expected this? I did not expect this, no! No, I don't expect things like this. Still, thank you, Eve. I really appreciate it. I can't throw bombs anymore. I really appreciate it. Goodness. I'm doing Eve things? Oh my gosh. That's why Eve leads the charge, goodness gracious. I am still here, thank you, Sea Hero. Goodness. I really appreciate your guys' support. I really do. Thank you so much. Always expect stargazers to be silly little floofs. They are, yes, indeed, silly little floofs. But still, I really appreciate you guys. Thank you. I'm able to draw Arknights work because of this, so... And also just, like... appreciate stargazers and everything, so... I've been busy the last few weeks. I haven't been present, so the Arknight bros don't know the Eve lore. What? Eve has given me the excuse I needed to send more. It was only a matter of time? What the heck? Bushmaster, what? Why are you guys doing this? Revenge of the Bush? I'm so confused right now. I'm genuinely so confused right now. Thank you, though. I really appreciate it. Because funny? Because it's funny? It's the bail money to get you out of jail for star crime. Vessa, I don't have star crimes. Goodness. Thank you guys, though. I really, really appreciate the support. I genuinely... as a freelancer, it helps me so much. Like, you guys don't even know. It's just really, really, really helpful. You're always confused. I am always a confused fox, indeed, indeed. But still, I'm still extremely grateful. Starlight is a war criminal confirmed? I'm not a war criminal! Credence, what? I'm so confused right now. Thank you guys, though. I'm gonna have to figure out, like... I don't know, my head is broken. You guys missed the Erim streams where we were fighting for the flyer spot. She was so broken. That was scary! That was legitimately scary. Please, no scare. I want to learn Eve lore now? Oh my gosh. If you... Ken, thank you so much! Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't have good words for this. I don't have good words, but, thank you guys. Genuinely. Genuinely thank you for the support. Explain Eve lore? Where do you want me to start? There's so many places you could start with Eve lore. The beginning? Is the beginning Rome? Zero. Zero says just shut up and take the money. No. Goodness. You guys are crazy. You guys are genuinely crazy. I think so? Oh my gosh. I don't know how to... I'm laughing too much because everybody's immediately just confused about Rome. Okay, so... I'm also on... I also do sometimes, just chatting streams on another app, right? And there was a time where I was in a just chatting stream, and chat now resembles my greatest fear, Rome. One day, Stargazer different from the others appeared. So I was saying something about, like, roaming, right? Like moving, like roaming around. And it got interpreted as, like, the Roman Empire. And I don't really know how it devolved as fast as it did, but it turned into chat essentially thinking that I was talking about taking over the Roman Empire or becoming the next Roman Empire or something insane like that. And then it just devolved into pure chaos. And then Eve kind of decided that she was going to be the one in charge of all this. And then I don't even know how it kept devolving from there, really. Now I'm getting confused. Blank, weren't you the one who also pushed it? Sounds like a star crime. You said we can make room, and you read it out loud with a very peculiar pronunciation. Yeah, okay, that's what it was. We can make room, and then... You guys heard it as Rome. We can make Rome. and then it ended up turning into the Roman Empire, and then becoming the next Roman Empire. I don't know. Didn't Blank draw the picture with the Stargazers as a Roman legion? Yes, very much so. Goodness. I genuinely don't know how any of this happened. But essentially, yeah, Eve leads the charge. I don't know how or why. And you said something about building a city, which crossed wires in my brain. There you go. There you go. Hey guys, today we're gonna build the Tower of Babel. Wait, why is everyone speaking French? I genuinely don't know how it evolved as fast and chaotically as it did. But essentially now the community thinks that they are, warmongers. I don't know what happened. I lost control long ago. I can see that. I mean, have you seen the council meeting? It wasn't originally called a council meeting either. I think Sea Hero did that. You lost control when I showed up. Yeah, pretty much. I think that sounds about right. It wouldn't shock me, honestly. Eve, she never had control, you just expedited the process. I make money if not to spend it? What better way to spend it? Supporting an artist drawing cool art from a great game? I've been waiting to super since I saw your first Arknights stream. Also, you can't stop us! Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious, and Thank you, Bushmaster. Guys, I don't want to turn this into a competition. Let's not turn this into a competition. I don't want anyone to feel pressured with anything. I appreciate all of you guys, really. I don't want to I don't want to make anything into a competition. I appreciate the general support, and I appreciate you guys just being here, frankly. I'm really glad that we can all just have fun. Eve, what did I just say? Eve, please. What is happening? Genuinely, what is happening? This is a chill art stream! I can't even work. Oh my gosh. The first Roman general. So thrown off right now. I'm so thrown off right now. I'm trying to draw a pretty golden retriever. Goodness gracious. Remember, it's just Eve things? I don't understand Eve things. Eve things don't compute in my head, nor do Bushmaster things. Gosh. Okay, I guess this is a good enough time to shout out the Discord again. If any of you guys are interested in joining the Discord, consider joining the Discord, and, we can give you more context on the chaos. I'll link the, or Vesa can, I guess, if you want to post the Stargazer pieces. Thank you, Vesa. I appreciate it. If you guys want to join the Discord, it is a little bit crazy and chaotic, but it's silly and fun, and there is a game chat channel that's already been overrun with Arknights, so if you want to talk about Arknights, there is a place there for you too. Goodness gracious. I'll post it? Alright. That's fitting, because it's your piece, so that works. You forgot to mention it's also very safe for work. Thank you! Thank you, Purple Onyx, I appreciate it. Yes, it's a very safe for work Discord. Most people shouldn't have any issue following that. It's mainly like a language thing. But yeah, it is a safe for work Discord. So I will throw out this disclaimer, because I know that not everybody likes to deal with that kind of thing. But thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, my head's not on straight. But I genuinely appreciate the support, and I genuinely appreciate your time as well. Like, anybody who's here right now taking their time to watch the stream, that means a lot to me too. So thank you, like, seriously thank you for joining and being here and chit-chatting and just chilling with us. It means a lot. I'm glad that we can have fun together. And I get to learn more about the world of Terra too, so it's a win-win. And I also gotta I gotta upload emotes here, so you guys aren't stuck with the YouTube ones. This has been the most enjoyable art stream I've been in. Saving Taylor, thank you so much. That genuinely means a lot. I'm really glad to hear that, because, you know, when I first started doing art streams, I always had the idea of, like, you know, it's hard to make an art stream, like, fun and enjoyable. So if you are, like, enjoying an art stream, that really means a lot to me. Who's the speedy star at the right of the piece? I believe that's Dual Thrones. Magenta Eyes? Is it, are you talking about the magenta-eyed one? I believe that's Dual Thrones. Dual Thrones is a ghost? Dual Thrones isn't a ghost. Are you thinking of Vine Fox? Vine Fox is a ghost. Dual Thrones is the speedy one, on the right side. As long as I don't have my live 2D mixed up again. Your streams are very cozy and chill, usually the opposite of what I watch. I watch a certain cat that does flips on Twitch. I love it because it's a good break from that. I appreciate that, I'm glad. That's kind of like that's why I both like doing the art streams and the game streams, right? Because in the game streams we can have our moments of absolute chaos and brain breaking. Or sanity destroying, at least. Although, I don't know, there's also some sanity destroying here. It's all sanity destroying. When is a VTuber ever truly sane? You're almost the hero Sandy Doctus. It feels like it, genuinely. Okay, this needs to be a lot more orange. I'm just gonna grab this whole thing. I'm going to shift it ever so slightly, so it's a little bit more accurate to the tone. And this again goes back to not being able to push the boundaries. And then Newbie Reaper, I think that's the only spooky stargazers we have. Blank Void is the spooky floating dust ball. Yeah. It's the right level of interest in the art subject, silly and chill. I'm really glad to hear that. They feel like a modern version of Bob Ross videos. I'm really glad to be able to provide that. That really means a lot to hear. And then with a crazy community thrown on top, right? Time for sleep? Alright, RQ, thank you very much for stopping in. Have a good rest of your night. Thank you for joining. I hope you sleep well. Alright, can you guys tell that I'm like kind of avoiding the hair? I'll go back to the hair. I will. I'm scared to go. I'll go back to the hair in just a bit. I'm just trying to get a little bit more developed there. Can't dodge the golden retriever hair forever. Yeah, you're right, you're right. Alright. She does deserve a little bit more attention than I've been giving her here, so... See if we can actually stop avoiding... Stop avoiding the issues. I don't have this line quite lined up, do I? What is this? Oh, that's an empty piece. Okay. Oh, I see what I'm doing. Okay. And then it... I like how it wraps around. That's such a cool design aspect. It's gonna be 3 AM. The super chat woke me up. NZ, please make sure that you get some sleep if you need it. Eve, I'm gonna have to ask you later how you envision that Bakadoodle, because I don't quite think I know what I'm doing. I'm gonna have to ask you for some extra info or ideas or something. And I know that you wrote on it, like, I don't know, you know this better than me, but at the same time, I'm just like, I don't know. Maybe I don't. I have no idea. I was half asleep. Oh my gosh. It's the mountain chicken macaco. Okay. I can work with that. I can definitely work with that. The mountain chicken, oh my gosh. I don't know the mountain chicken lore. Have you ever looked up a mountain chicken? That goes for everybody. That goes for anyone in here. Has anyone looked up a mountain chicken before? I'm understanding the hair better. Okay, I'm understanding how it functions. I think I'm getting it. All hail the mighty chicken of the mountain, and it's definitely totally avian form. Very deceptively named, yes, indeed. Very deceptively named. But that's kind of what makes it so hilarious, right? Alright, this part is what's throwing me off. Like, there's a lot of change and overlap, and how does this work? Made a joke about the cockadoodle, about the mountain chicken thing, yeah. No, that's definitely doable. That's definitely doable. I thought it was a little bit more confusing than that. I thought it had like a few different layers. But if it's Kaku mountain chicken, yes, that we can definitely do that. Yeah, if anybody is confused, just look up a mountain chicken. Just just search up a mountain chicken. There's no lore or anything. You can just Google a mountain chicken. Yes, of course. Exactly. That's all you need to know, right? That is indeed a mountain chicken, yes. CEO of Chicken Tenders, your name makes it so much better. Your name makes it so much better. Oh my gosh. Yeah, for anybody who can't look it up right now, it's it's a frog. I don't know who named it. Mountain chicken tenders. Alright, I'm hitting the parts where there's, like, definite highlights. At the very least. It gets us somewhere. The mountain chicken is quite riveting. Indeed, indeed. Alright, okay, I kind of see how the hair is flowing now, a little bit. It's starting to make sense. Not entirely, but it's starting to. If we were to search mountain frog, do I get to see chicken? I don't know about that one. Obviously Kaku named it. The hair is slowly coming together. It's still eluding me in a heavy way, but mainly because I know I'm not pushing the lights and darks as much as it deserves. We're getting there, though. We are making progress here, I think. Ever so slowly. It really does help to use a hard round brush, though. That's something I really wanted to test on this stream is, oh. Are we good? Are we good here? We're okay, right? Are we good? No, my page crashed, and I didn't know if the stream had crashed with it. Okay. My page crashed. I got nervous. Alright, have a good rest of your day, Eve. Sleep well. Thank you very much again for your support. Thank you. Have a good rest. Stream is good? Okay. I got nervous. Alright. We're good. Thank you. Because all of a sudden I see that my background turns bright white and I'm like, what just happened? Okay. As long as we're okay. Stargazer flashbang. Dear. That's not even the craziest thing I've heard, which is scary. It's a flashbang. The police are raiding the Star compound due to the Star crimes. Stop! There's no Star crimes. I don't know how you got other people in on this. There's no Star crimes. Goodness. Flying foxes aren't really foxes? True. But they are still really- I like flying foxes. Best bat species. Alright. If I just make this lighter, I think we'll be better. We'll be in a better place for this. What happened here? Okay, I'll try using a little bit of an airbrush so that we can quickly establish some colors better. Especially, like, behind here. It's... yeah, I see where I didn't quite get it accurate, but it's really hard to get it accurate. I missed a stroke here behind the hair, I think. And I missed something. I messed something up, but it's like, it's so subtle at that point, you know? Gotta fix the spatulas. We do have to fix the spatulas, yes. Ah! Alright. I just don't want to- okay, I want to fix the hair behind it before I fix the spatulas, because then it's gonna make the spatulas really difficult. Or the hair, I should say. Really difficult. So let's do the hair first. And then I'll figure out the spatulas. I feel bad calling them spatulas. I know they're not. If only I could, like, get myself to paint like this when I'm doing my own work. I mean, the master studies are really helping me learn new techniques that I want to develop into my own work, but then there's a lot of times where, like, you just don't think about it. So I'm hoping that the more master studies I do, the more that this will start becoming more like second nature to approach this style of rendering or this style of, like, working the hair. Because this is very ideal, I think. Renegalo, welcome back. You've earned my subscription for being cool. Now get out there and keep making chill content. Thank you. Suspenseful music started when she denied the crimes? What? I might post some of the 3D work on the Discord later, just simply don't feel comfortable making a thread since I don't post regularly. I did post some of the old art though. Raul, I saw the sketches. I think the sketches are really nice. If you want to make a 3D thread, it's okay if you don't post a lot. You'll see that there's threads of people who only posted once. Even if it's not that often, it's okay. Feel free to. You need to do master studies your own work to see what you could have done better in the process? That's an interesting idea. That's actually a really interesting idea. Oh my gosh. Because it would be a totally different approach, too. I would have a completely different outlook on the style of painting I've been doing. Because I know that that style, or the style that I've worked in the past, is not the style I want to go for. So that's a really interesting way of self-analysis. Redrawing my old art stream. That could be interesting. That could genuinely be very interesting. It's probably a little bit more of like a toned. Probably need to sleep too. Have fun Starlight and chat. I'll catch you later. Thank you, Anna. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. Sleep well. Thank you for tuning in. That is, yeah, redrawing my old art could be an interesting one. I don't think I have many... I'm trying to think if I have any good pieces to use. I probably have something. Are you gonna finish this drawing today? I'd like to, if possible. I think I can. We based out the most important aspects of it. Now it's just sort of a matter of getting, like, the shapes and the face. Eventually, I'll get the face. But I think we can. I think it's doable. I've been able to do the others. And I really want to make that more of a glowed effect, because I know the hands are not where they need to be yet. I can see where the shortcomings are. Let's see here. Just saw the other master studies. Yeah, if you go into the post section, I posted a few of them with like a little side-by-side as well. And then I need to get to the point where I make these into speed paints. That would be really good if I could do that. And she's got one more strand in front of her face here. I do learn a lot from the master studies, but I also want to make sure I'm not super dependent on them. I know I need to be doing like my own fan art that is not master study level. I failed so badly with the Amiya one. And I'm like, oh geez, that's what my regular work's first impression is. That's really bad. I can do better when I'm not thrown off with maintenance and stuff. Trust me. It's just, it's sometimes hard, like, developing your own stuff on stream, too. I was gonna fuss at you for streaming so long today. I see you have tomorrow off on your schedule. I can't do angry manager things. Curse, you're thinking ahead. Tomorrow's gonna be a commission day. Tomorrow's commission work day. I'm happy because I completed the reference sheet for a character that sadly I don't think I'm able to show it off for a bit because, you know, VTuber NDA stuff. But that is finished, complete, approved. I can send it off, and then I will be working on a large piece with many other characters. And then I have another reference sheet, and then I can work on the next June-July queue. But sometimes I like doing these master studies because, you know, I don't have to think about them as much as the commission work. The client did like the ref sheet, yeah. They were very, very happy with it. They said that I was able to, envision a lot of different things that they weren't seeing. So I think that's really fun. Yeah, they were happy with it. They approved, they were happy. It took a lot of iteration because we went through a lot of different changes throughout the process, but it was well worth it. Granting wishes by bringing other people's dreams to life. Proud of you, Foxo. Thank you! That's my main thing, right? That's what I like doing is, you know, I'm a wish crafter. And I really like trying to bring people's vision to life. That's my main thing. So if their vision is whatever type of story they want to tell, I want to help grant that. I think it's probably another reason why I, like, appreciate Arknights so much, you know? If everything is explained, I'm doing the same thing, right? I really like that kind of thing. I think that, for me, is one of the best things of being a VTuber, is everything is explained in a way that feels very natural to you. So, for me, the art that I create is the wishes that I grant for people. Real wholesome outlook to have for your work. Thank you. I really like it that way. I've had, I've met people, I've talked to people who are like, they really just see the work that they do for clients as like a means to an end. And I don't like seeing it that way personally. I like it being like kind of this whole journey type of deal. And I know that seems really silly. But if you do something like, say, VTubing work, there's a lot of emotion that goes into it. There's a lot of decision making that goes into it. So I really like, you know, truly helping somebody's dream come to life that they can't really get in other ways. And not everybody feels the same way about how they go about their content or about their designs, and that's totally fine. But I like working with the people who do feel that way. Because a lot of times, the people who do feel that way, they're kind of... They're not shunned, but they kind of know that they're not going to get that understanding, usually, from people. So I like to try to offer that understanding. You know, really, really caring about what it is that they want to push forward. Did not expect to have my heart melted like this when I joined an art stream. I've had my fair share of disagreements with people who are much more like, I don't want to talk to a client. I just want to, like, you know, do the work and be done with it. And I'm like, I don't like that. I like following along with their adventure. Granted, that doesn't mean that I have time to, like, you know, watch every client's streams or something. But telling stories, I think, is, like, the most powerful part of VTubing. And some people that I know find it silly, and they're like, no, you're basically just... You're just a content creator, who's a VTuber. You're not really any different. And I'm like, no, we're very different. We can do things that are very special and unique to VTubing. That's what I like tapping into. A lot of people don't. A lot of people think it's silly, or they just, you know, they'll do stuff like that for debut and then ignore it. And I don't know. For me, that's what makes it special. Sometimes when I watch your Masterstudy streams, I get the motivation to draw again, but then I get lazy and don't bother. That's alright. It doesn't have to be an immediate thing. But, you know, if you ever want to keep drawing, if you ever want to, like, post your work or get feedback or any of that, like, this is a friendly space for that, you know? And in terms of, like, you know, people in the Discord, people in the community, there are literally, like, every skill level is in there right now. So if you ever just want to, like, get back into art for fun, for relaxation, to try something new, if you've been doing art and you got tired of it, if you haven't found the motivation, any of those things, like, all are welcome. As long as it's safe for work, of course. It's my only criteria. And even then, we still have a fair amount of leeway because, you know, if you're an artist and you go to art school, then you're going to have to deal with stuff. So, there's a bit of leeway there too. Good on you for using your medium to the fullest. Lore and design can be kind of a waste otherwise. I really like it. I really, like... To me, that is what VTubing, like... For me personally, anyway, I can't speak for others. But for me personally, that's what VTubing is. Is this, you know, it's an escape that I can offer. And I really think that that is kind of the... What makes it so special. What makes it so unique, you know? I know that a lot of other people do not care for that. They don't want to bother. They don't want to work with that. But for me, it's very important. Will you do viewer polls? What are viewer polls? I haven't heard that term before. Art school killed my drive to do 3D animation, sadly. CBA Taylor. Art school killed my drive to do 2D animation, so I get it. I understand that completely. Yeah. Well, animation in general is so tiring and difficult, right? Like, And then to throw like art school assignment type of stuff on top of something animation related, it's just so much. It's just so much to deal with. So I can understand how that happened. Animation's just very intense. We have to appreciate the people who are willing to animate. To my understanding, drawing nudes can help with understanding muscle, proportion, etc. to draw better quality clothed people. Yeah, exactly. So my server is safe for work, and my rule with the nudes is basically like if you're going to be posting something, it just has to be what is called Barbie nude. So Barbie nude basically meaning like, you know, nothing detailed is added in. Like if you're trying to just learn basic anatomy, you don't need to. You don't need to have all those extras. No sensitive bits. Yeah, exactly. It's so funny, right? Because like if you go to art school, you will get people saying like, oh, you know, do you like doing the figure drawings that you can like, you know, so you can draw the hot people or whatever, and it's like they're generally like old people. They don't. That's not how it works. It's not like you're getting, you know, models that you're drawing. You're generally just drawing, like, volunteers. Who are just, like, you know, retirement age. Gotta go see you, Star Peeps. Alright, Charles, thank you very much for stopping by. I appreciate it a lot. Have a good rest of your day. It's when you log into someone's account and do polls for them on stream. Oh, that's terrifying! Devs generally advise against it. Oh, no, that sounds so risky. That sounds so scary. Gosh. It's scary enough when I bless Vessa's Pokemon card polls. That alone is already scary to me. Like, yes, wish-granting fox, but no guarantees, and too scary. Group pulling also tend to be cursed. It all sounds scary. It all sounds too much. I've been, like, I've been on a good track record with Vessa, but that doesn't mean I always would be. Every time I stream my polls to other people, I'm extremely unlucky and just get clowned. Oh no. Yeah, I know there's people that say, like, streamer luck, right? But I don't believe it. I'd be too scared to mess with somebody else's things. That's like the reason that, you know, it's scary to, if we take a different direction with it, right? Like, working on somebody's, VTuber model or altering a wedding dress or stuff like that. It's just, it's too heavy. It's too heavy. Altering a wedding dress is probably the closest example I can think of. Which seems silly, but I think it could be considered an equivalent in some ways. Yeah, and account stuff? I wouldn't want to deal with that. I'm sure there are people who do it. I'm sure there are people who are very successful doing it. That just seems like a whole host of open problems to me. A streamer you do 150 or 200 polls would be really fun. Maybe once a cool banner comes out. That sounds very intense. If I ever watch vids or streams of somebody playing gacha, I always skip past the gacha part. That's fair. Just never really cared about streamers doing gacha polls. I mean, right now, my drive is the story and the art. That's like what's keeping me interested. I know there's a lot of people who are really, really into the gacha side, but I personally am not as much. Like, yeah, I understand the appeal, but it also seems very... it seems just like a lot, you know? It's ironic. I like things with more certainty, but I just happen to like a lot of the media that gacha puts out. Because, you know, they obviously make it appealing to the general public, so... Blows can be fun. Showing off the base storms is more fun to me. The base storms? Why is that more fun? I'm trying to understand it. I visited a few bases, but I don't quite get it yet. Is it just to see, like, how they decorated and stuff? Or what they chose? I just use pre-made themes. Wait, do people not? Do people try to decorate on their own? Because I saw the pre-made themes and I was like, oh, I should probably be saving for the pre-made themes. So I haven't actually, like, done anything useful with it. So yeah, we basically still have everybody in boxes, because I was trying to wait until I could get a full theme. You can make a small Ko-fi/throne goals for Google Play cards to be used doing polls in Arknights. That way the community can chip in for it. No money out of you directly. I don't know. I'm not really sure if I want to encourage that. Cardboard box is the epitome of furniture. Decorating gives you bonuses for resting. Yeah, no, I understand. Well, wait, like, when you put it together on your own, or when you just get the default ones? Because right now, like, I see that you can buy the individual pieces of furniture, or you can buy the whole set. So I was just gonna save for sets. But tell me if I should be doing something else. Maybe there's a better way of going about this that I don't know. Because I don't have much furniture part material. Vesta says I got top operator and recruit and pulled Rosa. Nice. I still haven't even seen that tag. But nice job. Nice job. Wait, I think somebody said that sometimes, like, when you see the top operator thing, it applies to everybody, and sometimes it just applies to the individual. So maybe I should check it later. Set's less of a headache for putting together yourself. Is there any discount to buying the set, or no? Is it the same? You got top op twice in the last month? Nice. I ironically got Saria from Top Operator recently too, building her at the moment. I did see that. I saw that you posted that in the game chat. I did see that. I need to grab that tag so that I can find Suzerain. not using guides aside from that one specific thing. Yeah, top operator and supporter. I haven't seen the tags. But, that's the thing, right? If you see the top operator tag and then supporter's not on there, you might as well just still go for it anyway, because you're just gonna lose it if you rerun it. Sets give you the max comfort points? Oh, okay. Some stuff is only available in a set. I see, I see. Charming Falcon, hello, hello! The Master Studies are marathon streams. They do go a bit longer, yeah. I need to learn how to get a little bit faster with them. I hope you're doing well, Charming Falcon. I get lost in the weeds of the details, I'm sorry. Echo, thank you so much for following. Thank you, thank you. If you see top or senior operator, always pick them. That makes sense. Got her from the newbie banner back when I started. Oh, right! I did see that she was on one of the older newbie banners. I did see that at one point. As you do more events, you'll be able to get more furniture parts as you buy them from the event shop, and you can buy furniture sets from the shop. I see. I think I only have, like, what is it? I think I might have, like, 300 pieces, maybe? So it's like, it's enough for a few cheap things, but I'm trying to just see if I can save it all for the set. Because I just feel like that might be easier to work with. Make sure to set it to 9 hours, that's why it's guaranteed to be top. Yeah, I have been doing that. Alright, let's get the spatula, buckle, whatever it is here. I'm not even sure what this is. This needs to be way darker, I think. Do you play Arknights off stream? I do, I've done the, what have I done off stream? I probably need to learn how to do Annihilation off stream, and I've done the chip stuff off stream, and I've done the, LMD, runs off stream, but nothing story-based. So basically just, you know, level grinding and whatnot, except I didn't do that because I was busy doing that reference sheet, so I'm behind a little bit. And I was going to do that later, but I don't know. I might do a little bit of it tomorrow, because tomorrow's an off day, which is supposed to be for commission, but, you know, I can juggle it a little bit. I can do a little bit of commission and a little bit of grind work. That's fine. Because, look, it's content either way, right? It's content and work either way. I'm experimenting and trying to figure out things with it, so it's all good. Alright, there we go. I think that's, decent, and it's not, It's too tall, it's, I don't want to change it, but, alright, how much am I gonna ruin this? How much do I have to repaint if I do this? Probably not too much. That's not horrible. Let's see if I can squeeze that back a little bit. Alright, I can fix that. That's fine. It's a little annoying, but it's not... How bad is that? Eh. We can do that. The one thing about developing these painterly techniques is it's always good so that you are able to know how to fix things if you have to do things like I just did, right? If you have to do things where you're warping and fixing things, then it's good to know how to do overpaint so that you know how to adjust this. Because it will happen a lot. You're essentially course correcting, but you're going to need to course correct a lot when you do this stuff. So this is a good way to keep it on target. There we go. See, it doesn't take long, it's just annoying and it scares people. If you can do something like this, then you're golden. But yeah, if you do like master studies or anything, or like even if you're just doing commissions, I recommend learning how to do like cut and overpainting. It's helpful to know. That'll look better once we lighten it. Because then it won't be as strict. Alright, this seems okay. A little bit. Needs a little more glow, I think. There's just so much detail on this air. Crazy. But adding more texture fills in the space nicely. So if we just do this. Now that I see where the headband is, that makes my life a lot easier. Funny enough, I think you spend the same amount of time on chibi art! Jeez, it's not great, is it? You can get furniture points from decomposing building materials. Boxes, not stuff for operators. I don't think it's efficient. The boxes? Is that like, when you're building new areas for the base? Because the boxes are hard for me to earn right now. I'm having a hard time getting the boxes. Alright, we're gonna do a little trick here. I'm gonna grab this, and then we're just going to put a little highlight there. Sort of softens everything up. We'll do that here too. Add our brighter highlights here. Sort of pick up everything. You need to clear event stages and buy the furniture from the event shop to get the full furniture sets. You're buying under 2,000 furniture parts set. Oh, I see, I see. The other issue with 3D work is that it's mostly trains and other vehicles, which isn't too interesting compared to what's usually posted. Might show my Aroma 3D model in the thread, though. Yeah, no, don't worry about, like, what's interesting or not. There's all kinds of people doing things. We have someone in there who's posting, like, furniture woodworking. Like, it's very, very open. Don't worry about that. Alright. I think the last part that we need to do for the hair is, well, one, we need the stronger highlight here in the orange. And then we need, alright, we need a little bit more highlights here. And then we just need to add in her ears, because I think her ears are getting a little lost. Very basic leatherwork could be okay then? Yeah. Yeah, we have a thread for 3D stuff. And if you want to show off, like, leatherwork, and you want to put it in your own... So the way that I have it set up is that, the 3D channel and the 2D channels get their own sections, and they are thread-based. So, essentially, you make your own thread, and then anything that you want to post in, like, over time goes in your thread, and it's essentially like having your own little space. And then people can, like, tune in and, you know, make comments if they want and see what you're up to. And then that way, it doesn't sort of all get clogged with, like, a bunch of people posting things that, push everybody else out of the way. It makes it so that it's, like, your own little side of the server, essentially. And you can make a thread that is in the 3D channel, and you can make a thread that is in the art channel. And then work in progress is generally for the art channel, but I've seen some people post the 3D stuff in there too. I've been trying to keep it separate, but at this point I'm fine either way. I don't know if IRL modeling would count under 3D chat. What do you mean IRL modeling? Like cosplay photos? Phoenix, hello. Welcome in. How are you doing today? Been trying to find 3D channel. It should be right under... Where is it? 3D and Craftworks. It should be under the work in progress channel. Yeah, limit of 1 thread per channel. 2D and 3D per person. Exactly. Gunpla or trains? Yeah, Gunpla's fine. That's all good, yeah. Model, wait. Actually, hang on a sec. Did I separate that? I think I might have separated the model kit thing. Let me see. Because I think model kit is like, it's a set concept. Hang on, how did I have this? Kit crafts where the entire design or final result is predetermined goes in images. So that's like if all of it is predetermined kit stuff. So like, I'm okay with model painting because you're choosing how to paint the model, but if it's something where you're like assembling it and doing like a paint by number type of deal, then that would be images. That makes sense, right? Because it's totally fine to put that stuff in the images channel. But the art stuff has to be like, you had to have made like some decisions on your own, and that's fine, because there's a lot of people who have a lot of fun doing kitcraft stuff. But I do want to just keep that separate if possible. Most kits are assembled by instruction, painted at my own discretion. I'm okay with that. I think so. I'm trying to remember how I had this set up, if that was fine or not. I mean, because we have regular model paintings, so that should be okay. Did I add Gunpla as a word in here? I might have. Miniature painting, 3D printing, heavily customized models, and crafts, plushies, jewelry, fabric, all acceptable. Yeah, heavily customized is a-okay. So customized model stuff, you can make a thread in the 3D channel for. It's mainly when people aren't customizing stuff that I just want to keep it separate. Like, if you're doing one of those, like, if you're doing a paint by number, or if you're doing, you know, one of those sewing things where it's like everything is given to you. The yarn, the fabric, the pattern, it's all predetermined. But if you customize stuff, then yeah, then it's fine. So yeah, if you're customizing any of it, then you can make your own thread. If it's not customized, then images and media works for that. How about food stuff like cake decorating? Ooh, that's cool. 3D would probably work for that, I think. You do cake decorating? That's so cool. We have somebody who has a channel who does, they were in here earlier. We have somebody who does, mixed drinks. Let me add the little pieces here. What? Part of the backpack on your Astray exploded? Wait, what? Work in a bakery and I'm the cake decorator? That is really cool, Bewa. That is really, really cool. I have some 3D pieces coming in this week. I'll finally be able to fix the one train I accidentally dropped last week. Oh no! Your Gundam Astray- oh no! I'm sorry to hear that. I was taking the back off and the clip that holds onto it just shattered. No, is there any way that you can like... Oh jeez, I don't know how to repair Gundam. I'm sorry to hear that. I thought your backpack spontaneously combusted. Oh dear, that would even be scarier. It's fine, I'm good at gluing things together again. That's good. I didn't know if it was like, cause like you can, if it's polymer clay, I know how to fix it, but I know that Gundam probably requires like special material. Alright, let's see. I'm just gonna add a little bit of a fade here. Okay, I shouldn't be drawing on these particles. These are gonna have to go on later, I think. Never had to glue ABS parts. PS is fine with super glue, and that's what the broken part is made from. Okay, that's good. Atriarch, thank you! I appreciate it. I need to, like, hurry it up a little bit, but thank you. We're getting there. I want to see what parts I can sort of, like... We're close, I think. Everything will feel more complete once the face is done. Right now it probably feels like it's very much not, but we are closer than you'd think, I think. Than you'd think, I think. That sounds stupid. There we go. A little bit more intensity, a little bit more contrast here. Let's get the ear on. Let's actually make sure we draw her ear in. Actually, hang on. What if I do it like this? There we go. And then we'll make this a little bit lower, and then this will be a little bit duller. And then I'll have to go through this a little bit to get the streaks on, but it'll be worth it. And I just have to paint it right back in. That's okay. There we go, that's fine. And get the dog ears in. There we go. Sad Boost, thank you. I don't like super glue because it mists up. Tamiya thin cement works fine for plastic. Ah, yeah. I don't know thin cement, but I know the brand Tamiya. Gold makes sense. It's very soft material. I mean, something like titanium or stainless steel. Ooh. For a gunpla? That would be cool. I think you thought we thought. Alright. I think we got the ear on as best we can for this piece. I can feel that I'm not pushing the values. I've been saying this like the entire stream. I'm not good at pushing the values where they need to be. It's hard. I get very intimidated. I get very nervous easily about going too dark with the values. But they need to be darker. They need to be lighter. You need to push them to make it look better. It's hard to get yourself to do it though. This whole area should be lighter, I think. So if I just do this, let's try doing it like this. And of course, that's a little bit warped from when we warped the spatulas previously. There we go. A little bit more visual contrast there. It's hard to get yourself to do it. Because you don't want to mess it up, and you're worried that by making it darker or lighter, then you're going to mess it up too much. It's hard to push yourself to do it. Can't unsee them as spatulas now? I know, it's... it's not a great thing to say, but that's kind of what we all ended up thinking. Alright. Are we... Is the hair, like... Are we basically done with the hair? I feel like we are, right? This piece, this piece, this piece. All these strands, all this confusion. I don't even know what I'm looking at on my own piece now. Is there any, like, other textures or things for hair? I think we're okay. I think we're okay. I think we're okay. Alright. I think we're okay. This needs to be more of a bright orange. There we go. This is also gonna need to be, like, the whole glow needs to be orange there. That's okay, that's okay, that's okay. These pieces I'll just quickly get some more texture in. me see. Let's... Oh, da, 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 da. Cookies, hello! Welcome in, welcome in. Sadly can't stay. I'm now subscribed. Hopefully we'll catch more streams. CBA Taylor, thank you so much. The other streams later this week will be, like, actually going through the Arknights story. So I hope to see you there. Have a great rest of your day, and thank you so much. Alright. Getting a little bit of this last areas here. Just a little bit under for quick highlight on the arm. That's all fine, that's all fine. Maybe make that a little quieter. Have you built the Arknights music playlist, or do you plan to discover and add more music to the playlist? PM Intertech, I would like to add more to the playlist, because I know it's repeating. My only fear is I get spoiled if I try to build the list myself, so I can't. I'm fine with, if people have suggestions of, like, calm instrumentals that they want me to add, that's, like, official, and not the copyright collab stuff, then I'm fine with that. But I can't safely look it up myself. Let me see, what should I grab for this gray? It's a very, very cool gray, I think. Here we go. We'll use that, and then sort of work from there, I think. And then we'll also add it over here, so we can finish this area up. And it's actually a lot more of a greenish. Or at least that part is. Maybe the rest of it isn't, actually. Well, if I can fade this nicely, that should be okay. I'm not gonna be able to get this perfect. I'm not really worried about perfect. I'm just trying to... push the values where they're supposed to be. More or less. And yeah, I just said that I don't care about perfect, and I know that I get too into the details here. I know I kind of just contradicted myself a little bit, didn't I? Alright. Almost there. Figure out this part here. There we go. part could definitely be a lot darker, I think. Let's see. I think that's pretty accurate for the most part with the color. Maybe a little bit less here, but... And then we'll just add the bright highlights over here. I can't even really tell what part this is. It's probably like some sort of pack on the design. Lost connection after leaving Costco? No! Well, welcome back, Kikish. Alright. I think my issue is that there's so much, like, implied line art here. There we go. Probably gonna take the whole thing and just, like, you know, increase contrast. Now that you're home, you can get started on letters? What letters? Alright. Save this a bit. I want to try to add a little bit more brush strokes here, because there's a lot that show through. Especially here at the top. Graduation invite to companies and celebrities. Wait, what? Your graduation invite to companies and celebrities? What do you mean by that? Companies and celebrities? That sounds fancy. Why so fancy? Okay. I think we're at a good part. Now's the part where I end up messing up very easily. So I'm gonna do this on another layer. Because this is the scary part, where if you get it wrong, it's the most easy to tell. Maybe I should have done it earlier, but oh well. Yeah, if you don't do this part right, then it's not great. Lone trailer fitting time. Oh, as I'm working on the most important part. Great. That is indeed fitting, isn't it? I'm nervous about getting this part wrong. I'm trying. It's so hard because I'm also not zooming in either, right? Alright, I think we're okay. This is the second CG I've done where the hair is in front of the face. Or in front of the eyes. Alright. Legitimately hard to see what I'm doing. Okay. This needs to be more of like a blue here. Much more of a cool gray, actually. Alright, this isn't as bad as the previous one. I had some others that were like really off. And then I'll make this a little bit higher. Because I can tell it's like a gaze. There we go. I think we got it. The eyes are the scariest part, but I think we got it. Do you use lasso for hard edges? I have problems with hard edges. I don't, but I should. I don't use them for hard edges, but I should. I used it a little bit, like when we were doing the lighter part here, that I'm now realizing has a lot more contrast than I gave it. Hang on. Yeah, if I do that, if I do a lasso here to contrast this better. I don't use it as much as I should, but I should use it more. That's my best answer for you. It's a little... See? I can't control it, though. That's the other thing. I feel like I don't have good control over it. There we go. And then this is gonna have a bright, intense shadow over here. Alright, that feels a little bit better. Because before it was just not the same tone at all. Yeah, it could be a little bit darker. I could push it a little bit more, but it's okay. Let me just get to the face here. I think that out of all the hard things to draw on these master studies, it's the mouth. Because it's just a single line, and if you don't do it right, everything looks off. It's so hard to do. Because it's also such a subtle emotion too, right? You don't want to mess it up with other stuff. That single line conveys so much emotion, it really does. I don't even know the story and I know it does. So getting it wrong ruins the rest of the piece. It's hard to know what brush to use to just get it soft enough, you know? See, I can tell that it's just like a few pixels too wide, and it's making it give a completely different expression, so we have to push that over to make this, and now it's not wide enough. It's such a hard balance to hit. And now it's too low. I'm telling you, the mouth is legitimately the hardest part. Hang on, what color do I... Okay, I don't want the darker color on. I'm trying to make it just dark enough to show. But this still needs to be a little bit lighter, I think. How far are you now in the story stage? I just finished chapter 2. Like, I just finished chapter 2 last stream. Just be a little bit lighter. Just needs to be a little bit lighter, I think. It's really hard. And contrary to what you think, I actually don't want to zoom in because then I would just get too lost in what it's supposed to be. I need that to be a lighter, brighter color. But not light enough that it destroys the lips. Is it locked? It is locked, okay. Alright. And this smile is still slightly curved up. And I think the face is just a little bit brighter overall. I need like something that won't. There we go. Alright, and then there's a little bit of a shadow here. Is that— ah! I just realized I messed up the— this was on the same layer. Dang it. Alright, I'm losing my layers here. There we go. This is probably as close as I'm able to get the, as I'm able to get the mouth or the face, and it's— I can still tell it's not quite where it has to be, but it's just— it's like as best as I can do. What do you think? Is that as best as we're gonna be able to get? I think that's as far as I can get this to be. There's like a gaze that I can't capture in the same way. I really wish I could, but... it's very well done, but I just don't think I just don't think I can get it. It's really hard. It's so subtle. You don't know the context, it's hard to get the exact expression across. That is also true, yeah. Alright. Let's go and... finish the rest of this up with the background and everything. So this part isn't too bad, just making it a little darker. The issue is just the angle of the eyes. I think slightly rotating them would improve it. I tried, but I might need to do it again. Hey. Bushmaster, what? You're fine today. Goodness. Thank you. Goodness gracious. Oh, I really appreciate your support. I really, really appreciate your support. Oh. An old slightly faded photo. I want to push it a little bit more with the intensity. It's really tricky. Is that a little bit better? Yeah, that helped a little bit for sure. Thank you, Bushmaster. That helped a lot. You're right that I'm not going to know the context, but I can still appreciate the work. Alright. Without warning, we patronize the arts. Goodness. Goodness gracious. Well, it's extremely appreciated, really. Alright, there's actually a lot here that kind of is going to... I'm not sure how they did this, actually. Let's see what we can do. So okay. I know that's going to be a whole separate piece. It's a little bit lighter, right? The head is at a slightly different angle, is it? It probably... Ah, it is. It's like nearly impossible to do a one-to-one, you know? It's never going to be a total one-to-one, but I can see what you're saying. I'm just gonna have to sort of roughly have this in here. And then maybe we can add a little bit more that are slightly stricter here. It'd be great if I could see, like, how the artist had actually pulled this off, you know? There's gonna be a little bit of a strictness there. Let me see the slightly different angle. It's the nose, right? It's a lot higher. A lot higher. Matt Schroninger, thank you very much. What is going on here? Goodness. The old patronage, a tilt of the head can mean so much. That is true. That is true. I will try to get it right. Thank you. What is even happening today? Oh. Alright. Let me see here. The eyes need to be more narrowed, I think. That's definitely closer. The nose should be a slightly more turned. Just makes the mouth a little bit higher. I don't want to mess this up too much. I'm so nervous to mess this up. Alright, that's a little bit more of that tilt, right? Make that a little bit brighter. Make that whole area right here overall brighter on that face and the light falling off a little bit. It's the way she's looking. She's not looking at what she's holding, she's looking beyond it. See if I can try to move where the highlight is. This is slightly downturned. It's an extremely subtle expression. Alright, the eye needs to be... The highlight of this eye needs to be higher. I'm going to have to use a really, really tight pen to do it. Does it still look like she's looking down? There we go. Wait, there we go. I think that just about... I can just get a little bit extra here. And if I can push it ever so slightly one more time, I think. Sorry, I'm being quiet. I'm trying to make sure that I'm hitting these. I think that's closer than it was before. I think this is closer than it was before. She doesn't really feel like she's looking as much at what's in front of her. And I think that's what it's supposed to be. Alright. I'm gonna go with this. I'm see if I need to move this any further. Just a tiny bit or no? Nope. It's good where it is. Almost 5 hour, ma'am. Are you okay? Alright. I had to make sure that the face was right. It's like, it's still not 100%, but it's as close as I can get it, personally. Can I say something about the CG to give perspective to the eyes? From what I can tell in the comments, it seems like that kind of ruins the whole story. So, I'm gonna say no for the moment. I don't know. From what I can tell, that seems like the story is very indicative of it, so I'll just say no for the moment. And then I'm going to just try to see if I can sort of approximate the background here. So, you know, I'll learn in, like, what, 5 years or something? But still. How many layers do I have so far? Believe it or not a lot. She's obviously happily looking at a burger off screen. Vessa, are you sure that's not you? She's looking at me off screen. Oh, shucks. Jeez. Vessa, you're funny. You're funny. Hello, hello, Purple Ronaldo. Welcome in, welcome in. Is this Purple Onyx cousin? I don't know. Maybe we just have a lot of purple viewers. Thank you, Billy Bob. I appreciate it. And thank you, Purple Ronaldo. I appreciate that too. Alright, let's see. Make this a little bit larger here. So yeah, for anyone who just came in, I don't know the storyline. I don't know what it is I'm painting. This was just suggested by my community, and I am slowly going through Arknights, and I'm only on chapter 2. So please do not say any story spoilery things. I I will eventually experience this. It might be a long ways off, but eventually. I'm slightly worried that I might be like, you know, 5 years later, but that's okay. It's still a very nice piece to study. Oh my gosh, I just realized what this reminds me of. It's the song of the TOTK dragons. This is what the dragons sound like when you're near them. Oh my gosh, I was like, this sounds like something Zelda related, and I couldn't put my finger on it. This is what the dragons sound like. Has anyone played TOTK or Breath of the Wild? Vesta, I'm sorry, but it is literally what the dragons sound. This is the same tune that the dragons make when you approach them in TOTK. If anybody's played TOTK, you know what I'm talking about. Please, someone tell me I'm not crazy. That one tune, not the whole song, just that one tune. Does anybody know what I'm talking about, please? I need to know I'm not crazy. That one part of the song. Don't play TOTK much. I've not even met any dragons. Ah! I'm not crazy. No, I'm not crazy. I'm telling you, there's absolutely a part to this that sounds like the dragons. You have to say I'm crazy? No! I'm going to find it and post it in the server to prove I'm not crazy. Because I swear, this part right here, that part, right there, that is absolutely what the dragons sound like. Do you think it's better to watch Star Wars prequels before the original trilogy? I watched the original trilogy first and then I watched the prequels. I don't know what the experience would be like if you went the other way around, actually. Actually, no, because I think the prequels would spoil too much. So I would probably go with the original first. Because the prequels are like, you know, how we got to this. So I think that watching the originals as they came out is probably the better way to go. I don't know. Any better, more well-versed Star Wars fans? Because I only know Star Wars on a very limited basis. But I feel like that would be the general consensus. Been too long since I watched a VTuber play Zelda. I don't remember what the music sounded like when she was with dragons. I'll throw it in the Discord. I have to prove my innocence. I have to prove that I'm not crazy. That it genuinely sounds just like it. It's the same chords. It's the same chord progression. I don't know music terms. I think that's right. I don't know. It's the same. Vessa's like ready to kill me for comparing everything to TOTK, but hey, can't really help it. It's Fate Zero Paradox again. Watch the originals, then prequels, then stop. Star Wars only has 6 movies. There is no war in Ba Sing Se. How far does this one go out? This one goes out pretty far. I'll try to soften this, because it's very much like... a little bit crooked. And I'll fade that one a little bit more. Just a sec. You scribbled the name tag, didn't you? Well, I think... I would imagine they did too here. Alright. It says Kristen Wright? Does it really? Oh, it actually does. You're right. It actually does. Wait, I can actually read that, despite how blurry it is. You know, Master Studies aren't supposed to be exact, and yet I can never get myself to stop during a Master Study. It's quite a bad condition. You're right, though, it does. That is good eyesight. I couldn't see that. Alright. I just realized there's a second one of these too. Let's go really... Wait, these get pushed way further than I thought. Come on. The amount of perspective on these are crazy. This one darker and lighter. And I'll probably just have to hit that with like an add glow. can't get every detail here, they're too thin. Alright. And then there's... Yeah, I'm gonna hit these all with the add glow. So really they have a specialized tool for all the blurry dots in the background. They're in every CG. They probably have some sort of brush that I don't know about. That wouldn't shock me. It's definitely some sort of particle thing. And then these are probably just airbrushed. These could be airbrushed. I don't know about the other ones, though. I'll see what I can do with it anyway. They probably do have some sort of, brush that I don't have. So it won't be 100% accurate, but I at least have some star brushes. If I can just get a little bit of the glow parts, because that's where I think it's... That's what I think I really don't have, right? Is these parts here. It does make it a little hard to replicate, for sure. And this just needs to be overall lighter, I think. I can't get that sharpness that it has. I'd like to be able to, but... I'm going to have to approximate it, I think. So let's see. We have a tone scraping brush that'll probably be fine. What do I need? Running color? That's good. I'll do a little bit of this and then reduce the opacity so it's not as intense. And I just kind of have to fake it as much as I can, really. This is gonna be a little bit more on the tedious side, but that's okay. Oh, I need the regular one here. I'm not gonna do it as detailed as they have it, because they probably have a faster way of doing this than I do. So I have to make every single shape like this. If I want to get the hard edges anyway. I'm not gonna do the whole thing, but just a little bit more. This might have ended up being the most detailed one that we've done so far. But I wasn't expecting it, honestly. It didn't feel that detailed when I approached it, when I was thinking about it. And then we'll sort of fade that again in the background so it's not as intrusive. Use a half brush, one side hard, one side soft. I don't think I have one of those. So I'm gonna make the particles a little bit larger. There we go. And then make the particles really small. And make the particles really bright over here and a little bit larger. Alright, this is pretty close, I would say. Like, considering what I have to work with? And then we'll just do some very manual ones. Ah, this piece. To make sure I don't forget this piece. Didn't expect you to do this one illustration, Kristen. It looks so complicated and intimidating. I mean, you're not wrong. I didn't realize it when I wanted to attempt it. I genuinely didn't catch on to the fact that it was as intimidating as it is. Didn't pick up on the fact. Until it was a little too late. But that's okay. The crease and hair. The hair is probably the worst. The hair is probably the worst. The background's not too bad, though. We were able to find some solutions for the background. At this point, I'm just, like, adding layer after layer after layer. I'm not paying attention to my layer count anymore. Alright. Did I hit every piece? If I've hit every piece, then I get to do the fun part. Yeah. I think we're at that part. I think we're at the part where we can have a little bit more fun. Say your biggest weakness I've noticed along with the R6 and this piece is the lack of sharpness. Everything looks a bit foggy compared to the original. Not saying it's bad, it's lovely. Well, I understand that completely, honestly. It's something I'm aware of, and it's something that the master studies have been helping me improve. The reason it feels foggy is because it's a lack of sharpness, and it's something I have to keep working towards, and it's actually one of the biggest weaknesses of a lot of art pieces. It's not just a difference in art style, it's generally like, people who are not as masterful as, like, the people working officially on Arknights, they, how do I explain? It's like, it's a really hard skill to learn to make your work sharper. It genuinely just takes, like, a lot of time to get right, to learn, and, you know, I'm trying to get there. But that lack of sharpness, comes from the types of brushes you use, the confidence you have. And yeah, I understand what you're saying. It's also, like, the eyes could be a little bit darker. Like, you know, actually, if I take the eyes here, if I was to duplicate, I don't want to duplicate it so much because that's just not the intensity I want, but if I did multiply and then reduced it, and then reduced it just so that it would focus on the eyebrows. Then I get a little bit of extra sharpness here. So it's just a matter of kind of like, you know, going in and, you just have to keep pushing that contrast, really. Masterstudy doesn't have the same layer management as the original, too. It'll look a bit more messy and foggy. That's true, yeah. Making the art larger or zooming out would also help with creating sharpness. Absolutely it would, right? Because this CG is normally, like, completely zoomed out, right? At this point, I'm just very slightly trying to add a little bit of warmth where I see it. I'm being very, very subtle, not trying to go too in-depth with it, but just anywhere where I can see it. And then again, like someone was saying earlier, right? Layer management. I don't have the same layer management, so if I want to put on like a little bit of warmth or a little bit of glow, it might make things foggy if the layer on top or below is not in the right order from the original. But I think that we're learning a lot every time we do these, honestly. Cause yeah, I'm not officially working for Arknights, so I don't have the immense perfect skills that a lot of those artists do. But I just try to see what I can do and see where we can learn where we can and all that. Best we can do, right? But I still think that we're learning a lot from this that I otherwise wouldn't have been able to, so. Yeah, it's definitely contrast. It's hard to push that contrast. I also think that it's like, if I'm doing the line art, right? This is a perfectly clean line. This is like, the original art probably uses, like, perfect G-pen. Like this. Or, like that. And I'm using kind of like a half. It's just, it doesn't have the same, vibrancy and everything, and if I just grabbed the whole thing and I just said, you know, increase contrast, then I think it would do a lot better. That's why we keep working at it, though, because you see that every time I push a little bit more of the contrast, a little bit more of the color. And these are just a lot better than where I was before, honestly, so. It's the main thing, right? If you're improving on the previous work. But I do agree with you. I know exactly what you're talking about. I can see it. It's just, it's hard. It doesn't come immediately. I'll be subtle in how I do this. Try to find the between light here. Makes a huge difference already. At least for this hand, right? You can see I'm just adding it like very, very few pieces here and there. You did really well making the hair super detailed. Thank you. Yeah, the original definitely went with a harder brush for sure. I don't use harder brushes as much, you know? Alright. Let's see if we can try to replicate this piece. Can't really tell where it is, but it just sort of seems to be these streaks. And then I'll color them. It's a little bit higher. Either it's higher or I made this too large. There we go. I can get that a little bit brighter. And she says we won't sit through a rating stream. I know, I'm sorry. This piece is definitely the longest of any master study we've done for some reason. I really did not pay attention to how many details were on this thing. I think this is basically as far as I can get with it though, right? There's a little bit more particle here or there, and I don't want to be too sloppy with it, but just a little bit. Just to sort of tie the rest of these things together. See if I'm not missing anything else. Longest stream ever? Really? Oh, I guess it is. Okay. Alright. In that case, I probably should step away. I see what you're saying with the fogginess. I very much see the fogginess. If I just... I'm just gonna try... If I just do this real quick. I just push it a little bit, right? Without cheating it entirely. If I just put the contrast on +4, it does a little bit more. Alright. Longer than your first archived livestream by about 10 to 15 minutes? What do you mean? Also, thank you very much for subscribing, I appreciate it. Gotta head out for now, have a nice evening, and fellow Stargazers and Arknights. Alright, Vessa, I think I'm wrapping up here too. I think this is about as far as I can push this piece. I think I've hit every element of this piece that I can do. Alrighty. We're gonna wrap it up here. My time-lapse program is also probably dying. Thank you so much, guys, for stopping in and joining me on this journey of trying to understand this piece. I genuinely really love the CGs and paintings that I'm finding from this game. Reed Sound, thank you very much for following. Thank you, thank you. You did really good. Thanks for stream. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. There's a channel in voice act and narrate main and side story from Arknights. That's good to know. That's good to know. But thank you very much, guys. I appreciate your time. I will be posting this later, and at some point I'll catch up on making, like, little, speed paints of everything. But thank you a ton. I learned a lot. I think next time I will keep trying to pay attention to the hard pens and the hard edges. But thank you again. On Thursday, we will be back to the game itself. I believe we're starting Chapter 3, so that should be fun. Again, thank you, everybody. Especially thank you, for anybody who supported today. I really, really, really appreciate it. Thank you again. I hope to see some of you guys Thursday. If you haven't yet, definitely consider joining the Discord. If you do !Discord, there you should be able to get a link there. It is a safe for work Discord, but the game chat channel is basically filled with Arknights right now. And there's places to post your art as well if you're an artist. And yeah, I think that about wraps it up, so you would definitely watch along story streams. Oh my gosh. Bushmaster. Goodness gracious. Thank you a ton for your support today, really. Like genuinely thank you. I really, really, really appreciate it. Alright. I'll certainly be there Thursday. I'd certainly be willing to watch a marathon. Thank you very much, guys. Definitely stop by the Discord. Definitely consider joining the community. It is safe for work, but it's also a chaotic fun time. And MG, thank you very much for doing the Discord link. Alright. I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your day, evening, or night, wherever you may be in the world or the worlds beyond. And well, thank you so much, Stargazers, and all the best.